to my Twitch channel.
What the fuck? Oh, that's aggravating. The fucking quarry mod just, like, bugged out.
But didn't give you the full thing?
No, it gave me, like, the wrong layer of rock from what I,
There we go. So yesterday we started the outline for the pagoda, as you see here. It's pretty big. It's gonna be a big project. Oh, we gotta eat again.
It's on, bro. Yeah, you piece of shit. It's on, bro. It's on, bro. I'm gonna fucking It's on, bro. It's on, bro.
Sun's coming up. Very cool.
Bro, I'm gonna show you what's real. I am gonna fuck your shit up. I'm gonna spend the next year of my life to completely fuck your whole city up. I don't even care because you don't think we're
I need to go exploring. Is what I need to do.
fucking retaliate, you piece of shit. New experience. You motherfucking bitch-ass ATF poser, dude. Posing through on ULD. Say no shit ain't real. I'm gonna show you what's real, you piece of shit. Steelhead, you piece of shit. Shit, shit, piece of shit. Shit, 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 piece of shit.
Maybe we'll find another horse while we're out. That's what I need to find. More clay is here. Oh, a lot of clay is here. Oh, very cool. Bull Cuddy, dude.
I'm gonna show you what's real.
Lots of cows. I need to find a source of limestone or something. Like, the only thing out here is fucking andesite. There's a lot of andesite. I hear bees. Bees are cool. We'll have to show Pastel later how to get the bees. Oh, more clay. I'm really vibing with how much clay is out here because we're definitely gonna need it. We're gonna need these later too for a skep. Tree is this? Oh, a cherry tree. That's actually pretty cool. It's not a cherry blossom, but I mean, I guess it'll do, right? Uh-oh. Some more Cliffs of Insanity, very nice. I'm still confused on how that happened with the JSON file, but... we'll take it in stride. Oh. This looks like another olive tree, yep.
I predict that this entire like slate strata will become mined out at some point.
Why do you say that?
Because it's the closest one to where Romek and I are building, and we like slate roofs, and it's not a big strata. It looks like looks like a sedimentary lens. Actually, I don't know. Maybe there's more north of it. Either way, I predict us just going fucking ham on this little area where it pops up on the surface.
I'm still looking for like limestone. I need a source of limestone out here for the pagoda.
Like limestone for like mortar, or like
Mortar and the block. What's it called? The plaster.
Yeah. I'm gonna try going straight east, actually, across this desert, and see what that does for me.
Oh, silver ore. Very nice.
What the fuck? Yo, this is weird as hell. There's like a straight line of slate, like 4 blocks long, that it looks like map generation got bugged up.
No, I've seen that before too, even in like the base game. Like the thin strata. I see that all the time with slate.
Like I'm like walking along it like it's a fucking road. It's wild. At least I know we have more slate to line up.
There's a couple strips of bauxite out where I live where the bauxite generates like that too.
It's wacky.
I think it's nice. It's very just feels different.
It's literally just like slate sand. There's no rock underneath the strata. It's weird.
There's no rock underneath the slate sand?
Like there's no slate rock. It's like slate sand on top of like granite. It's really weird.
It might be deeper underneath.
Maybe.
I don't see slate pop out as a surface stone very often.
Yeah, it looked like it's like a protrusion of the lens, because there's like one thick clay stone, then it hits granite. So that tells me it's a lens, as opposed to like where I live, where it's like everything is just fucking shale, because I live on a shale formation IRL.
Yeah. That shale gas. That natural gas.
Yeah. Well, actually, funny story about that. We don't frack for shale gas in New York State, which is why we can still drink the well water. That's a Pennsylvania thing, which is why, they can't.
Oh, that's right. You're in New York State, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I kept thinking you were in like fucking Cincinnati or near in that area for some reason.
No, I'm in
I keep forgetting that fucking
upstate New York.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that that's where that town is.
God's own country.
Dude, I need some fucking limestone.
Need to forage some shit on my way home, because I don't know if I'll have enough food to make it. Although, to be fair, I still haven't used my my starter kit. Kinda want to go a little farther south, though. Not loving this way home. It's very cold up here. It's kind of crazy, like how quickly it transitions from like snowing you're gonna freeze to death to like you can chill outside for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad to know. It looks like my area is relatively untouched. I'm still finding a lot of big clay deposits. Like some actually really like there is a fire clay deposit I found that was like walking through a chunk. There's also lots of granite out here, which is good still, but.
Well, I found a much easier way to my destination next time I want to go get slate. Although, admittedly, those mountains I went through last night are probably gorgeous. I just don't feel like walking through them again.
It's actually relatively flat, and if it is hilly, it scales pretty well. So like if I had a horse out here, I'd be pretty goated.
Where I'm at now, I'd be fucking all set with a horse. Not gonna lie. Like that's what I'm doing like right now. Is because last night when I decided to go get this slate,
Oh my
it was
God.
starting to get dark. So I was like, I'll just do this on foot and work through the night. Because now that I've got like a map, like a route mapped out, I'm not as jumpy about taking my horse.
You should see this
Run
hole in the
this.
ground I just found. I'm pretty sure this shit goes like almost to bedrock.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see the bottom of it. It's just a tunnel.
Yikes. Don't fall down.
It's pretty nuts. It's like a tunnel inside a tunnel, so you have to like go into a cave. It's not like on the surface, but it's still pretty gnarly looking. This is a big granite desert.
So I'm just like running through this like half frozen field, and I just want to build like a little Polish town in it. Like, you know, I'm getting like big like Polish plains, like Belarusian plains vibe from this part of the map.
Make them all grow wheat and only wheat.
Add potato.
Kind of surprised potatoes aren't in.
Well, there's a reason for that, and that's that so when I bought the game, there were no New World plants or animals at all. It was all Old World shit.
Yeah.
He has since started to add New World foods. I don't know about like animals, but he's starting to like diversify things. I'm sure he will add like corn and potatoes at some point, but we're not there yet.
Jake Cool made a proper oceans JSON.
Yeah?
Yeah, it has like islands and oceans and continents and stuff like that.
That's pretty cool. Is it like a standalone thing, or is it attached to a bunch of stuff?
It's a standalone. For the most part. It's not like that one mod that had like the sharks and shit like that.
Ooh, this is a nice hill. I like this hill.
How do you
Build a
find
city on
limestone?
the hill.
Oh, another huge
It's-
chunk of blue clay. Awesome.
It's gonna be in like a sedimentary area. It's gonna be near other sedimentary rocks.
What's this, what do you mean? Like what kind of sedimentary rock?
Like, for instance, if you're seeing like sandstone or like conglomerate, that's a good sign. If you're only seeing like basalt and granite, you're not gonna have much luck finding limestone in the immediate area. Because limestone is like a sedimentary rock.
About andesite.
Andesite's metamorphic. Much like granite. Basalt is igneous. I don't know why I know all this shit off the top of my head, but I guess I paid attention in earth science.
Yeah, you got to learn about this in earth science? I don't even remember my earth science class.
I'm assuming we learned about this in earth science. I'm gonna be real with you, fam. I was pretty stoned most of high school.
I was in a
But-
weird gray area where, like, because I changed high school so often, and especially like my elementary school, I was always in one science and math class higher than my grade. So, and that was because I literally kept scoring too high on the tests. What about sandstone? Is sandstone a good sign?
Sandstone is a good sign, yes.
This isn't
wanna
too
go-
far.
Further into like the sandstone, so to speak, you want to find where the fuck am I? Oh Jesus! I wanted to go further south, sharper. All right, fuck it, we're here.
Lots of sand out here. Lots of sandstone. I might just
Ooh,
start
what's
digging,
this?
start quarrying it out.
Somebody's little hidey hole.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
But yeah, so like by the time I finished elementary school and I started moving high schools again, I went from an area where like it was, I'd say it was like it was more of kind of a high income to low income town. Because I went from like North Atlanta to Columbus, Georgia, which is like big, just a big military town.
Yeah.
And then that really, me having to do one of the high school programs there, it was called like IB. They just did things a lot differently. And then moving back up here, back to North Atlanta, they had to like change my whole curriculum up. So I was still in this scenario of like my math and science class. My science class was actually one down because the science that I took my freshman year at the first high school was a sophomore or junior class at the school that I graduated from, that I was going to at the time.
Okay.
So I was always in a grade lower for my science because I had to make up for the fact that I didn't do their science courses in order.
Yeah.
But my math class was always one higher.
Yeah, what's it? New York State has the Regents curriculum, so like all public schools are like on the same page, which simplifies things. But the Regents diploma, like the Regents like criteria are a little like odious. Like they're like there's shit in the Regents requirements that like, if we're being real, like 60% of kids don't need to know.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to struggle through those fucking classes and get that Regents diploma. But because like of like Albany and downstate liberalism, it is now like our educational standard. Like I never got a Regents diploma because like, you know, I was my family was disintegrating, so I wasn't focusing on school. Like a lot of kids I know didn't bother getting a Regents diploma because they went to like BOCES, but by going to BOCES, you then like preclude yourself from like, you know, being competitive for like college admissions programs within New York State. It's really fucking weird. Like, and BOCES is a great program, but it's just like, because BOCES is like, it's pretty much just like the trades program, if you will. Like, if you don't want to get a Regents, you can go to BOCES, and like, you know, you'll be able to do something. But again, like, it really pushes kids into like this dichotomy of like, you either have to go to like college or go to BOCES, and it's like, no, you should be able to do both. You should be able to like, you know, take like a semester of auto body and like, you know, learn how to do something practical, and like also like, you know, like learn calculus. You can like, you know, study like STEM shit if you want to.
Well, IB is called International Bachelorette because like, and they always have one high school in big military towns that do it, because you're supposed to be able to like take it, transfer to Germany, and if that high school is on the military base and also using IB program, then you're gonna pick up the same course. You're gonna pick up exactly where you were. So like, but that's not a state standard, and it's because of the fact the other high schools in the area were not good high schools. Like football season, the engineering high school would routinely call in bomb threats
my God.
on the other high schools that they were playing against. Type of shit, like that type of shit going on.
Real hood shit, in other words.
Yeah, basically. But people only took them seriously because it was the engineering high school, and that's like the high school where like that had the kids that if they were gonna do that type of shit, they were gonna come from that high school.
Yeah.
Because that like, your edgelords were in that high school. I remember somebody tried to sell me drugs my first day of high school.
Oh yeah.
On the bus. They were like, you wanna buy some marijuana? And I was like, what?
That's where I was first introduced to the marijuana, was at school. Because like my school was weird because like we were in the country enough that like there was nothing for kids to do, and there was like this really weird like wealth spectrum, and that like some kids were living in like $5 million houses on the lake, and like other kids were living in like ramshackle huts on the lake.
That's how it was living in North Atlanta when I was going to college.
And
I
then
just
like
limestone.
Nice. See, I told you, you just gotta.
Yeah. Very exciting. Very continue. I'm sorry.
but it's like to the north of us are like all these like very like well-to-do like communities, suburbs, etc. And like along the lake is like, you know, all these like multi-million dollar houses from like the turn of the century when like the titans of industry built them, when like, you know, Buffalo was still a banging town. And then like to the south you just got like the Indian reservation and all that that entails. And like honestly the rest has gotten a lot better in just like even during my life. It's like, and then like at the county line, like you're getting into like the Appalachian foothills and all that that entails. And things have not gotten better in Cat and Chautauqua County during my lifetime. They had gotten markedly worse. Not the Catskills, actually. The Appalachians, or Alleghenies is the sub-range of the Appalachians.
I only remember Catskills because of the book Hatchet.
Oh, yeah, Gary Paulson.
He's got a lot of good books.
The Catskills they're on the New York-PA border as well, but they're more east. Whereas, like, along, like Erie County, Pennsylvania, and Chautauqua County, New York, are really magical places because they're like where the mountains meet the sea, so to speak. You know? I
think the Catskills I think in the book, though, the Catskills that he was in were more in, like, Canada, if I remember correctly.
I think so as well, because, like, ain't nobody dying in the Catskill Mountains in New York unless they really fuck up, if we're being real.
Well, remember, because it was... did you ever read that book?
Oh, yeah, I loved Hatchet when I was a kid.
Yeah, so, like it was the whole plane crash or whatever. Because I remember it with it being more Canada, though, because that's why they couldn't figure out where the fuck he was.
Yeah. Because he was like in the fucking bush, and like the plane was in the pond or whatever.
Yeah. And he was like living in the giant tree.
Yeah.
Which was like a bit of a stretch for me, but I don't know how big a tree has to be for you to be able to live inside of it. But
man, I've definitely like seen some some fallen down trees where it's like you could live in the area formed by the roots.
Yeah.
Like the sheltered area. Like I can believe that.
I remember he hollowed out the tree while it was still standing and lived in it. If I remember correctly. It's been a long time.
It was a little bit of a stretch. I think Gary's losing me at that point.
Yeah, like of course, though, I'm like 12, you know what I mean? But I'm thinking here in hindsight, I was like, I don't think he was actually living in that tree.
Well, I don't know. I guess the character's like supposed to be like 12 as well, so makes some sense. Like my full-grown ass ain't living in a tree, but maybe my nephew
the whole premise of the story is he took a hatchet on a plane.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, they can't do that nowadays.
Well, hold on, because if you remember, it was a charter plane. It was like a bush plane. So, in that
because he was going to visit his dad. That's right.
Yeah.
But then he never showed up because the pilot died.
Yeah, which then, you know, makes me ask some questions about the father and, like, why the fuck he's having his son fly unaccompanied to the goddamn bush. Because, like, bush pilots are known to just, like, disappear. You know?
I think it wasn't the first time he's made that trip, though.
But no, I can believe that. But
his parents were divorced. I remember that much.
Yeah. But, like, you know, like, if you read about, like, Alaskan bush pilots, it is, like, a fucking crazy, dangerous job because, like, you know, your shit could go wrong, and then you're just, like, fucking out there.
There was a book about that.
Maybe somebody comes and looks for you, or maybe they don't.
Did you ever read the book about the guy who, oh god, what's it? They found his body in, like, a burnt-out bus in Alaska.
Into the wild, fuck that kid.
And he had been living in that bus.
Like, nah, honestly, like, that kid annoys the fuck out of me. And
I only remember it because he had the Datsun, the car.
Yeah, he had a Datsun, but like the fucking kid like had a law degree paid for. He comes from this super well-to-do family, and he burns all of his worldly assets to go like bum around the country and then die in the Alaskan bush because like he wanted to feel fulfilled. That is like the ultimate like white people problems. I got myself killed for no good reason story.
Shit white.
Yeah.
Well, that's also shit white people do.
Like that is some shit white people do. And like and when you say white people, you don't just mean like people of the Caucasian race, because like I'm not gonna go do that, man. Like I've got bigger problems.
That's some YT people energy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is like I would like to speak to the wilderness's manager, like energy right there. Like,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
Well, it was. I can understand the whole thing of like he's had his nose to the grindstone for years, especially like law school, right? I can imagine him probably wanting to take like a couple week
like
or
a gap
couple
year
months
or whatever.
of like of just like a lot. I see a lot of people do that, mostly with like South America and whatnot.
Well, that's the thing, though.
They'll disappear in like Argentina for like a couple of months and just live.
Well, that's the thing.
You know what I mean?
This kid didn't do that. He like physically burned like $10,000 cash as like some gesture to himself.
That's some real civic shit right there.
That's some fucking dumb shit right there, man.
That's some civic shit.
Like why don't you like
Civcraft energy?
Like, if you're the kind of person with the kind of fucking career and the kind of education where you can just, like, burn 10 grand and be like, yeah, boy, let's go fucking find a canoe and, like, you know, float down the Colorado River. Like, you know, boy, why don't you go buy a fucking ranch or something? You know, why don't you do what regular rich white people do and, like, buy a bunch of land and hire other people to work it for you so you can feel masculine and rugged?
I'm trying to remember how they found him. And, like, how the book came to be. Wasn't it, like, he had, like, been narrating,
he had been writing a diary.
Yeah.
He had been writing a diary.
Somebody said we could really make a book out of this.
Yes, it was John Krakauer, I want to say. Was it John Krakauer? No, I'm not sure. Let me look it up. Because the thing is the kid was trying to, like, imitate Kerouac's On the Road in so many, you know...
Yeah,
if you know who Jack Kerouac
he was a copycat. I remember that much.
Yeah.
He was a copycat guy.
Is it John Krakauer? Yeah, it's John Krakauer.
Mm-hmm.
John Krakauer is the same dude that did the Into Thin Air documentary about the Everest disaster.
Yeah, they made us read the book in high school.
Oh, Into Thin Air?
No. The
Into the Wild?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's awesome required reading for fucking teenagers. You want to go have an adventure? Here.
Yeah. Learn from this guy. Live through him.
Live vicariously through this dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit's too funny.
Yeah, it's like those people...
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run out downstairs real quick.
Mm-hmm. For those in the stream, welcome. As you see, we're having good conversations of books and in reference to shit white people do. While we work on this pagoda, but now we've secured ourselves a source of limestone and granite, which are going to be two big things I need for this build. Lots of clay. There we go. There's the clay. We can sit in our little hut. Make all the things that we're going to need for tomorrow.
Okie doke, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Shit. You know what? You're gonna be around for a bit, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming. Why? What's up?
No, I think I might just like step away from the computer and go do some welding my boss asked me to do before it gets too late.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not having to work tomorrow, so I'll be around for a little bit, just streaming and chilling.
All right, solid. I think I'm gonna go take care of that then. I'll be back in a few.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. This will work. We're gonna need like 50 of these bad boys. God, this is so tedious. This is like my least favorite part about Extended Workbench, so if anybody knows a better mod, let me know. The fact I have to like hold down right click or like even like tape my mouse down. And it's loud and annoying. Bacon Queen, you still there? I saw you were watching earlier. Oh, if I could just tape my mouse down. Maybe I can take my vape. Well, welcome to the stream. I don't stream very often. I like to wait till nobody else is streaming Vintage Story, so maybe all the people that like watching it, you know, will migrate over here. I don't like competing a whole bunch. Especially since there's like a handful of streamers that really soak up the population. Well, like you have Dragoness, and who else? Loadclaw. What's it called? Loadclaw, Dragoness. That guy that has like the Bumblebee theme going on. Voicebox is his name. They always rein in a bunch of people. Yeah, they always rein in a bunch of people, which is like whatever, it's not a big deal, but like viewing wise, it's not a good time to stream when those people are on, because people are always going to see that, oh, this guy's got a shit ton of people watching. They're going to naturally migrate that direction. They want to be where the people are. So like in an aspect, in every good business model, you always want to in every good business model, you always want to what's it called? You always want to set up shop where there's a demand, but there's no provider. You know what I mean? So like you have to build that community report of like I think right now there's only one other streamer who I don't think is even that big of a streamer, but because they were the only one streaming, the players would naturally gravitate towards one person that's streaming. Or wait till one of the big streamers is wrapping up and then start streaming, and then when they finish streaming, like half of their population is going to be like, oh, well, what do I do now? So then they're going to look for another streamer to watch, and maybe in that category. There's a science to it. There's a method to every madness. Yeah. There's tips and tricks to it that little streamers could do to follow and learn. What I would like to do is maybe talk to Load or Voicebox and have them do the thing where their channel plays other streamers, and do it for like the smaller Vintage Story streamers. Because that's what the community needs right now. Is the community doesn't need exclusion right now. Now I should be able to just take this And I'm not saying that like by their actions they're excluding. You know what I mean? Like that's not what I'm insinuating. It's more of a, you know, 13. Do I have more? I should have more. What's it called? Yeah. Of like, even I've been going out to smaller Minecraft streamers, like maybe the ones where they have like maybe a couple hundred subscribers, but they're not big. You know what I mean? They just have their little niche occult following. Or even like the other Vintage Stories small streamers that have their own little occult followings of like, hey, why don't you come play here and you can come play with like your streamers and whatnot. You know, propagating, so like VoiceBox has a server that he plays on, but like it's password protected, so it's like him and a couple of his buddies that he plays with. Which is fine because he wants to have a protected area for his stream. I get that. I take the risk of playing on this server on a stream. You know, and logging in one day and my shit's been pushed in. Which is part of the Civ experience, sadly. But it's a public server, so if anybody that was watching my streams or whatever, like, and I pulled in a couple of players who were like, oh, I want to come play there, and they've come off of the stream before. They don't like they like being a part of something, you know what I mean? I don't know why I'm even gonna get it. I'm on the server right now. Of course I advertise my own server on my Twitch. What? Why would I not? But what I was saying is I'll go to those small Minecraft streamers with their niche communities and throw game keys at them to try and pull them to Vintage Story. You know, in onesies, twosies groups. Because I'm like, hey, nobody really streams this a whole lot. But like, if you like Minecraft and you like, I don't go for like the modded engineering Minecraft because they totally play that for their engineering kick, which they're not going to get a whole lot of here in this genre until you get to QP Tech and whatnot. But it's not as automated as like a Tekkit server. But I'll go to like your average cottagecore survival player and be like, you should come try this out. You know, tell me how this makes you feel. And they've done it. They've been doing it. I don't even know why I bothered with a degree in software engineering. I should have done community outreach or something like that, like social engineering, community outreach. I think I'm too manipulative. At least I'm like benevolent manipulative. Too competitive for my own good. This is like, I know this isn't the hot content everybody wants, but it's got to get done. Yeah, you know, it's like the game is early enough, the game is new enough to where you're not truly late to the game right now. Now, if you were to start Minecraft streaming, just stop. Like that genre's got its cult followers already. Like you're not breaking into that community very easily. That's just it's not impossible, but there's a lot more grind work versus here where it's like 8,000 something followers for this game, but at any given time there's only maybe I think the most streamers I've seen where it's like 10 on a Saturday. You can easily break into that community. I've gotten probably more followers streaming this game than I have some of my other games. Because there's not a lot of streamers for it. You know, people want to see content for the game. People want to see what other people are doing in the game. The Isle was another big one too that I got a lot of streamers in. Or sorry, a lot of followers in. Not a lot of people stream the Isle. You have to catch it at weird times because they definitely have more players or more big streamers than Vintage Story does. So this should actually be all of it for that layer. So you have to catch that one at weird times too to not compete with the big streamers. Yeah. So like there's a couple people who are going to naturally have an advantage. So like there's that Australian girl that streams on your Aurora for your server. She doesn't compete with a lot of people for stream time, I'll say that much. Because she's on such an opposite time zone from your average vintage streamer. She's gonna have her own niche audience is also the problem though. Because I don't know what the like even here, we have a couple of people in that time zone area, but I wouldn't call them a even close to a majority population. Like they're maybe a 2% pop. Like I think maybe if you combine the Russian player base with the Australian or like Pacific player base here, maybe they would make up like a good 20% tops, if that. But that's even a stretch. Which is where I've been trying to break into now is, okay, well we have our solid American player base for starting. I was like, but now where do I go to pull in those awkward time Europeans? So that way in the mornings we also still maintain the same population base. Like I would like to see the high 20s, mid 30s around the clock, even during the weekdays. That's like, I would be quiet then for a little bit. But that's solid enough to where that will naturally grow on its own as long as it maintains that around the clock. The issue is getting to that point because they're like the only. I don't think population wise, community wise, the only competition I think we really have in the mornings at least is that one Russian server, Comfy Times or whatever it's called. It's something like Comfy House, something like that. Which is, I believe, is majority Russian. Now we have a couple Russian players on here, and one of them who does stream, he streams on Twitch and on YouTube because he wants to rope in those Russian players. I can actually show you real quick. But he streams on Twitch and YouTube to advertise his town to pull people in. Which server is it? Not this one. This one, I think. Yeah, I think it's this one. Did you hear what happened to the Townie plugin? With the Berg? The Berg received the Berg GitHub received a cease and desist notification from the creators of the Townie plugin on Minecraft because the Berg's existence violated the license agreement. Which is weird to me, because like, so Townie itself in a concept is hard to license, because they did Townie just about how anybody else would do Townie. The issue is that he ported it from their GitHub, which he didn't write a standalone. He basically took everything they did and wrote it in C#, which makes sense time-wise, right? But at the same time, the Berg also changed some of its own concepts. The kicker is that I don't see it as a license violation because they're written in two different codes, two different programming languages. But there's a lot of servers who run Townie, or say Berg. There's a lot of servers who run Berg, which are now going to be linchpinned by the fact that they can no longer get support or updates or anything like that. So we're gonna see how that changes the dynamic, because I can see a lot of those servers closing down and a lot of their players migrating to other servers. I don't refuse to play on the Berg server, but the Berg server was the server that two of my moderators left to go start. And they literally did it out of nowhere, which is like, I've talked to them about it one-on-one about how I felt about it, and they're like, yeah, my bad, that could have been handled better. And because nobody in the admin team knew that they were going to do this, so two of the moderators left to go start the Berg. They only took like maybe one or two players with them, but they did try to reach out to the admins on my server and try and get them to come join them on the Berg. And they were all like, no, I want to play here. But they took Plake with them. That lasted about a week because Plake got banned on about anything Tyrann owns. Is it Tyrann or Tyrann? I've heard both. But anyways, Plake got blanket banned on anything that Awego Studios owns. So like he's banned from the mod. I've never even seen somebody get banned from the mod DB. His account's blanket banned on all the Vintage Story servers. Because he was shitposting too close to the sun. But yeah, so like they've expressed that if the Berg didn't play out to be the way they wanted it to play out, that they were going to come back here, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that, and like I said, we've talked it out one-on-one, and I'm not going to hold a grudge over it. If I'm pissy about anything, it's just that I didn't get a warning on it. Like one day, two of my moderators just upped and left, and a moderator here isn't necessarily somebody who sits in chat. They're that community outreach type deal. For when like I'm not around and my admins aren't around or whatever like that. I was just more salty about that than anything else. I don't really care that they went to go start their own server. It's a free country. There's just not niceties, but if I'm concerned about anybody right now, it's Mudwall. Mudwall's been real quiet lately. Yeah, like I know there's people that play on Mudwall. And I don't have a personal issue with any of their admins, despite some of the horror stories I have heard, which I just take as like hearsay until I've seen it myself type deal. But I know their population's been really low, and I know I know a good chunk of their players have started playing here. Now that player's relationship with that server, I don't really know all that much. But I know there's a few here that were jaded by something that happened on Mudwall, and that's why they left. Oh shit, I'm off by a couple blocks. Oh, that's right, because the 51 is the inside wall I built. Oh well. Just make a couple extra.
Yellow.
Oh well.
How's it going?
Good, I'm talking to Bacon Queen in Twitch. We're just talking vintage story politics.
Who's Bacon Queen with?
Bacon Queen plays on Aurora Fury most of the time. I'm pretty sure she's a admin or moderator on Aurora Fury.
Oh, so we're talking like macro vintage story community politics.
Yeah, we're talking like the community politics.
Oh, what's the scoop?
Oh, she plays with Invaders Group.
Oh, okay.
No, we were just talking about the Twitch relationship with the community, and how there's a couple of it's less than 5, but there's a handful of streamers from the vintage story community. They're not even from the vintage story community necessarily. They built their population somewhere else. But like Loadclaw, for example, always has a fairly high view count when he plays vintage story. So like as a new streamer, those are times when you don't want to be streaming, is when you have the bigger fish in the pond at the time.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So there's pros and cons to it, because Loadclaw will do raids on Twitch stream. Where he'll take his player base and they'll go raid somebody else's stream or whatever like that.
Like maliciously, or just kind of like, hey, here we are.
No, like the Twitch raiding thing where like they just takes all the population and they go to a different stream, which is good. What I would like to see them do is maybe play when they're not streaming. Their account plays other vintage story streamers, smaller ones, type of gig. But and then we were talking about the macro politics of like, for instance, we were talking about how Mudwall population has been like on the heavy decline the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I've even Bacon Queen was saying that in the couple of times she's been logged into Mudwall.
Are you winning, son?
The couple of times she's logged into Mudwall, she's been like the only player online. I'm considering reaching out for a merger.
No, fuck them.
Well, like, just kind of waiting to see what happens. Not in a merger of that sense. I would still own all the rights and proprietaries to Vintage Civ. But I'm sure it's frustrating managing a server.
Your server sucks. Fold your player base into ours.
I'm not saying their server sucks, but it's in the fact of greater community survival. We gotta realize I'm not gonna openly say anything on a Twitch stream that could be used against me. but for the sake of community survival of the game overall.
Yeah. No, it is better to have all your activity in one place, keep people together, keep it active, draw players back.
Well, we've been drawing in their community anyways. Where do you think their community's been going? They didn't quit Vintage to where they changed servers.
Yeah.
You know? Also, some of the issue that would come from that, though, is that they changed servers because they didn't like what the admins were doing on Mudwall.
That's certainly why Diathanos changed servers.
So, like, I've considered possibly reaching out to be like, you guys, like, I wouldn't run a server that was only going to have 5 people on it, personally. No. At any given time. Like, I wouldn't give the amount of effort. 20 people, the numbers I've seen here have made me want to keep going.
Because, you know, there's response, there's demand, people will and are playing it.
Yeah. But I wouldn't force myself to continuously manage a community that was like 5 active players at a given time.
Yeah, it's
and especially, like, imagine what they're paying for right now too to keep that box up for 5 people. You know, you have to think about it in that aspect. If this server only had 5 people and we never took off, I would have never left the server host we were on before.
No. Again, it wouldn't have made any sense to. But because we just, like, fucking blew up, as it were.
Yeah, like, you know, you have to think about the financial aspect either. They get to cut their losses a little bit if I were to propose a merger to them. They get to cut their losses a little bit. As people. You know, I can't promise them any position here. But what I would hate to see is if they decide to shut down Mudwall, and then that community just dissipates.
Well, that's the thing, is I think if they did shut down Mudwall, everyone would just come here. Because that's what they're already doing.
Well, not even just that. Like, the active players are coming here.
Yeah.
For some people, that might be the time when they finally throw in the towel on the game.
True, true.
You know what I mean? Like look at, like, Civ, for example. Most people either play Civ or they don't play Minecraft.
Like me.
If
I'm not playing Civ, I'm not playing Minecraft, because I don't fancy myself a Minecraft player, you know, it's... I play Minecraft for Civ, that's the only reason I ever bothered with the game to begin with.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a fair assessment.
I've got, like, my first layer of the Pagoda wall done, which is very good, very cash money. But there's people, it's weird because from the things I've heard, I would be more concerned if Mudwall just imploded on itself, even if I offered a merger. Because they sound like... My experience one-on-one with them has been different than the player interaction with them.
Okay.
And I have a feeling that the players who came here would be like, no, they would rather self-implode than attempt to keep the community alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people are just weird like that. I need to go get more granite while the sun is up. I go and get granite during the day, and then I come back and do all my chiseling at night. How many people are actually streaming this on Twitch right now? Damn, 1 viewer? The other one's like AFK. Damn. You know, what do you gotta do to get people to look at you on Twitch? She's like AFK with 22 followers and like 10 viewers. I'm like actively playing with almost 100 followers and like 1 viewer. It's just so hard. Like I see those memes all the time where it's like, babe, just quit on Twitch. You're not gonna be a Twitch streamer and pay for the bills on that. And I'm just like, oh, I thought this fucking lit. Now I'm gonna starve. Yeah, Bacon, what's a homie gotta do to get some viewers out here?
Oh man, I hate how these fucking roofing blocks work, but whatever.
Is it selfish if I put an in-game announcement saying that I'm streaming?
Is it?
What do you
I
mean?
don't know.
Maybe make my stream sound interesting. Like it's... Look at the other names. One's just named Building. Bro, I get more followers on my Twitch's TikTok than I do on here, I swear to God. Got the plugs and the hammer on me, right? Oh my God, I don't even have the hammer on me. Wasn't gonna get very far with that. I was streaming on YouTube at the same time, and then the YouTube shut down my stream. I don't know if it was for vaping on stream or if it was because I had music playing in my background. But it wasn't necessarily it's actually kind of ironic because the music plays in the background comes off of YouTube. Which is like super ironic. Like I'm not trying to play on... Well, like usually they just make it to where you can't make a profit off of it. Usually.
I choose to believe they banned you for vaping on camera because they're fucking nerds.
I would actually put money on that. That wouldn't surprise me.
That's my headcanon.
I would be willing actually to bet on that. Where the fuck is my hammer and saw? Did I lose it? Yo, I bet when I crafted that shit, it dropped on the ground and despawned.
That'll happen, yeah.
Oh, nope. Alright, I have a spare one. 2 spare ones, okay. Yeah. YouTube's also not... I don't think a lot of streamers even stream on YouTube. Not like that. Twitch just asks you not to show your tits. That's all Twitch can really ask for, is to just not show your tits.
Well, Twitch can not tell me what to do with my life and my body.
I've seen so many high-profile female streamers. Like, there was a few streamers where they openly admitted they were like, I don't have real content, I just show my tits on screen or push my tits out there.
You know what, if they're gonna own it, okay.
Well, the issue was they owned it, and then Twitch was like, oh, okay, and they just handed them the ban hammer since they were pretty much just like...
So like if it's not like explicitly like, because that's the thing, it's like that's always been a thing on Twitch, is women wearing like ridiculously low cut shirts and just like watch my stream.
No,
and,
some
like,
of them were getting
people,
ballsy. I don't even care about that. That's whatever. I'm not gonna judge a woman because she's got D cups and they don't fit in her T-shirt, right?
No,
I
man.
will, however, judge if your Twitch is you inside of in your garage in a kiddie pool wearing a bathing suit and you're just sitting there for your stream. I will judge you for that.
Yeah, it's no, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's a fair point to judge someone on.
I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be the woman hater and be like, put your tits away. But if you're openly like my content is me in a kiddie pool in my garage doing bathing suit modeling, then yeah, I'm gonna judge you pretty hard for what Twitch was supposed to be.
I mean, at that point, just getting OnlyFans, right?
They do.
You don't have to.
They already have OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to go nude on OnlyFans if you don't want to. You just get like money from people who are willing to give you money for reasons.
The day that OnlyFans becomes a streaming platform is the day it's over.
For all of mankind.
Yeah, that's the day it's over for all of mankind. The minute OnlyFans allows you to stream on it, especially since OnlyFans is known for like not being a cam girl website where it's all scams. Like
the internet was a mistake. We have to go back.
Like I will give them the credit of that. They are a legitimate professional website because the intention of OnlyFans was not for it to be what it is now. It just happens to be that.
What was the intention of OnlyFans? Like, what was their grand design?
It was literally just supposed to be a paid content service. Was how it was advertised, right? But I imagine that they probably were like, "Oh, we know exactly what this is going to turn into, but we're not going to advertise it that way because it'll never take off." So it used to just be a like paid subscription service for anybody that made content that didn't want to do YouTube, because you can post videos and stuff like that on OnlyFans. Right?
So that Carl from InRange was on there. I remember that now.
Because like, you can go on OnlyFans and you can still find people who do like cooking shows and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like, have you ever seen InRange TV? It's like a YouTube gun channel.
Kind of, yeah.
He used to be partnered with the Forgotten Weapons guy. Yeah, Carl. He's like always like going off about YouTube and how they're motherfuckers, and like, yeah, that's right. He put some shit on OnlyFans real quick, and people were like all up his ass about it. Like, what the fuck's this, Carl? You got an OnlyFans account, huh? But it was just like, gun videos.
Well, you ever see the oh my god, again with this fucking quarry mod and not dumping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again with this fucking quarry mod and not dropping the fucking stone. Dude, what the fuck? I've pinged him about this like 4 fucking times, and I'll keep fucking pinging him too. I'm pretty convinced nobody actually bug tests their mods other than like Novocaine.
Us?
And maybe Quentin. Like, I'm actually pretty convinced that bug testing isn't the thing in the modding community. Because if like, he was like, well, I don't get how, he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, so you've never actually attempted to quarry your blocks before to make sure it actually worked? Or did you just do the 4x4 and say, yeah, this works in concept? Like...
Then you got silence on the other end of the line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but like, I don't have an issue with like... Oh
man, if you gotta flaunt it.
Yeah, not even just if you gotta flaunt it, but I'm not gonna bash on...
If you can make some money by just playing video games with your tits out, God bless you.
Like, I don't even call it that, because like I've dated a girl before that had H cups, and I'll tell you now, she wasn't trying to show that shit off, but she couldn't help it.
That's like my girl lady. It's like, it's just like how she's built.
Yeah, like she didn't do it on purpose. She just happened that way.
It's just they're there.
Yeah, exactly. And what the fuck's wrong with this thing? But yeah, like it's the ones that sit in like the kiddie pool or like the hot tub chats. I could list off a few streamers who do shit like that. I feel bad for the female streamers where they have to like censor their feet if they get up from their stream. because they have just so many weirdos and they know it. Like
that is unfortunate. Yeah.
like Pokimane. Pokimane actually streams a lot of content. She's not a tits out streamer. Amaranth is a tits out streamer, as I call it.
Southern, I'll be completely honest with you. You know whose stream on Twitch I've watched the most of? Yours.
Yeah.
I don't watch Twitch. I don't. Streaming isn't like entertaining content to me most of the time. Like I don't know. Like I don't get watching other people play video games.
Dude, streaming
like,
is tiring sometimes.
If it's like a review or like or like maybe I've definitely like watched like live stream events, but it wasn't like video games.
I'll watch video game videos to like figure out how to do something.
Yeah.
Or like when I was younger, PewDiePie and watching him play Outlast was pretty funny. There's a few where
I guess like if it's a game that I'm interested in, but I just know I will never sit down and play through, then I guess I'll watch like some streams.
Yeah. But I don't have anybody on Twitch where I'm like, oh my god, they're streaming, and I'll like, and then I'll stop everything I'm doing to go watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've never had anybody that I was like that with it. It's not my cup of tea either, personally.
Yeah.
But I know there's people that do, that this is their cup of tea. Maybe this is the right size.
So I'm building like a public house.
Mm-hmm.
And goddamn thing's gigantic. Well, gigantic relative to like every other building in Lazuli. Except the Public Works building, I suppose. That one's pretty big. I'm gonna build a stable behind it as well.
What town is Jesus in?
Not sure.
He posts a lot of pictures. He posts a lot of pictures of stuff. I wonder if I can get away with this. Nope, can't get away with that. I thought I could, maybe. Oh, there we go. Get away with that, though. You know what game I wish they would go redo?
What's that?
Spore.
Dude, Spore was such a fucking disappointment.
Dude, Spore was ahead of its time.
It was ahead of its time, but it was like, it could have been so much better than it was.
Well, it's because the guy, well, you gotta think, right, in the time scale of things.
Or, you know what kills me about Spore, rather? Is that the most interesting parts of the game are the shortest.
Well, like...
That's what chaps my ass about Spore, is like the space, stage is like so unnecessarily like stupid and long. And like that's not what anyone played Spore for, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Well, like Spore, what's the word for it? Spore was ahead of its time in the sense that the engine the game really needed to be on to function, even at like the dumbed down level it wasn't there.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot of 3D open roaming games at the time that had the same functionality as that game. Because that game was, what, 2011?
Mm-hmm.
They were. It was. I say it was too ahead of its time because of. What company made that? Who made Spore? Was that an EA one?
That wasn't EA.
Yeah, that was probably one of the 2008. That was a 2008 game. Oh, that's funny. The guy who made Spore and Maxis is from Atlanta. He's from Atlanta.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Well, what other games did Maxis make? I think they had a hand in.
Maxis is The Sims, dude.
Yeah.
SimCity, all that shit was Maxis.
I think he just. I think he just made. I think.
Yeah, Maxis put out some fire games back in the day. Back before The Sims got like all like fucking stupid.
Well, Will Wright
Like,
had a massive concept, but I don't think Maxis was equipped for what Will Wright wanted to do.
Yeah, like the game was absolutely insane in its scope.
Now, if they did Spore now, easy. That's like game of the year easy. If he came back and said, "We know what, we're gonna do this again," that's like game of the year easy. For as really in the grand scheme of things, for 2008, Spore was ahead of its time, too far ahead of its time. But people still played the fuck out of it, despite how broken it could be.
Yeah.
Like, the physics engine in the game wasn't where it needed to be, because physics engines in a game were still a new concept. Especially for a company that made a look-down game like The Sims. But if they were to come back now and do it, easily game of the year.
Yeah.
Especially if Will Wright did it again, because he was the original and visionary. Mm-hmm. Easy game of the year.
Also make the space stage like an afterthought, because really the most interesting part of the game is the evolutionary stage up to the civilization stage. Even the civilization stage was kind of lame. Like the tribal stage was super fun. That was too short.
The only thing I disliked about the game was it was very linear in the decision making. It was very progressive in how you wanted to go about the decision making, but it was very linear. So like there's only so many ways you can play Spore. Well, I've played the game so many times that I could probably start from the cell stage and be in the space stage within an hour.
Yeah. Oh no, I've done it myself. Like that's when I stopped
easy.
playing the game. Is when I could like rush it into the space stage. I was like, this is fucking lame. I don't want to play this game anymore. They need an expansion for it because this blows. But the only content was like the creatures people made, and it's like I can make my own dope creatures. I don't need other people's shit.
Well, I liked how they did it to where they had the
like
database for the game. Yeah.
I'll be real with you. I never played a non-pirated copy of Spore.
Oh, you have to play it with the cloud version because it was pretty funny. Like you just be fucking roaming around minding your own business, and then somebody's Pac-Man look-alike would kind of just show up in your game.
That's pretty base.
Like shit like that. Like people like to try and get as close to like either real life shit or
like
memes.
high concept shit. Yeah,
as close as they possibly could. Like I said, the only things that like it was a little too linear in the decision making, but like it's one of the few games I could legitimately speedrun. Even the space stage can be speedran.
I never bothered. I just the space stage bored the fuck out of me. I never even bothered to beat the game. I just would play through. I would just play through like. Oh, go ahead.
No, I've seen people do they ally the Groks and they speedrun to the center of the universe. That's all the space stage is. and they speed run allying the Groks, and then they could just go all the way to the center of the sun. No, the center of the universe, fucking no questions asked. Like, I have to see how long the official speed run for it is, but it's pretty short. Ahead of its time for 2008. If they did it now, that game could be long as shit.
Yeah.
Such as
it really did have the potential. It did have the potential to be just an absolutely phenomenal game. You're not wrong there.
Oh, I mean, even with the resources he had now, even with the resources he had at the time, it was still a phenomenal game.
It just, it was too short. But again, constraints of the time. Gaming back in 2011 is...
Not even 2008 was when that game was released.
Holy shit!
That game's almost 20 years old in 6 years.
Wow! Way to make me feel like an old fuck. Thanks, guy.
I was 10 when that game came out. It's one of the first PC games I've ever played.
I was 18 when that motherfucker came out.
Yeah.
Wait, what month of 2008? If you're looking at the wiki.
Give me a second, I can look. September 5th. September 5th.
Nice. September 5th?
Yep.
I was 17 when that game came out. That game is older than my voting rights. Man, I gotta organize my fucking house. Maybe put in more chests.
The servers are still up for Spore.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because the game's still selling.
For them.
As of 2009, they had sold 100 million copies of the game.
So yeah, like there's definitely potential in a market, and like people who would be willing to buy the game for themselves and their kids to be like, yo, check this shit out. If it was cool back then, it's gonna be better now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I reinforced my house before I found mortar, and now I have mortar, and so now I'm like, now I'm like having to reinforce my house.
Good. Oh man, Dark Jesus is gonna come play.
Jay! Yay! Everyone loves CJ! Woohoo! Yay! Yippee! We're happy about this! Non-ironically, that's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Fuck, am I starving? God damn it.
Well, especially because like Spartakai and like Sanwi and whatnot were like people he regularly played with.
Really? Spartakai was one of Dark Jesus's? I didn't know that.
If you go to the Civ Classic End of the World video, Spartakai's in it.
Oh yeah, I knew Spartakai was an old friend. Just didn't know he was...
Yeah.
I didn't know he was just like, you know, like one of DJ's homies.
No, you weren't. Were you not in here when Dark Jesus was in here and he was like, "Who was all here?" And we started rattling. Ennis started rattling people off.
I remember.
Jesus
Yeah.
was like, "Sandway's here. Fucking Spartakai's here." He's like, "I have to come log in now."
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
I will be right back. Yeah. Oh shit. It's always weird, dude. Why are Mondays so busy for us?
I'll take it though.
See ya, Bacon. Well, I won't say so busy, but compared to the rest of the week, you would think Monday would be this slower, and then it would just build up slowly.
Yeah. But, no, still, like I said, I'll take it, you know. it's a matter of like all of our player base is like adults or like, you know, people who either are in college or like work for a living. So instead of playing on the weekends when they like want to go out and do shit, or like, you know, for instance, this last weekend was the Super Bowl, you know, like the kids play on the weekends, the adults play on Mondays when they're like, no one's gonna bother me today. I can just play block game. No one's gonna fuck with me on a Monday. They know better.
Yeah.
So if you think about it that way, it makes a little bit more sense. I'm gonna make a trap door. Go upstairs. So how do you do steel working? I haven't actually bothered with that yet. I just steal tools from the Lazulians.
Steel working? I'm unsure.
Really? Okay.
I haven't gotten into it much myself either.
You're just doing what I do, and you're just leeching off of the players you live with. Very good, very good. I just kind of like walk into the tool room, and I'm like, I'm taking this because you have a server to play on. And they're just like, oh yeah, no problem, simple. And I'm just like, yes. Ain't necessarily honest, but saves me some time and effort.
Whatever happened to Jom's Viking Confederation?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know where they went.
They're all online in their Discord right now. Get over here!
Yeah, ask them what's up.
Maybe if they see Dark Jesus playing. I think he's like unaware of how much sway he has.
Yeah, I think so. He doesn't really appreciate it. But then again, I get it. Because, like, you know, look at, like, Romak. Everyone loves Romak. Like, Romak has, like, ults based on him, but, like, he's like, you know, he's just doing him. Makes sense.
Maybe I should do my fireside chat, start doing them on Twitch. Be terrible.
What, doing your fireside chat on Twitch to, like, boost your stream numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know your game, you dog! That's not a bad idea, actually, unironically. Probably work.
Yeah, talk about manipulative. Oh, Dark Jesus followed me on Twitch. I'm truly blessed.
Now you're a celebrity.
Yeah, I'm truly blessed. I can quit.
Pack it in.
Yeah, pack it up, guys. We're done
We've
here.
We've accomplished all there is to accomplish.
Yeah, we're done. Achievement get.
Job done.
I'm gonna screenshot that and post that in the Civ Classic Discord. Be like, you can have Civ MC all you want. I have Dark Jesus. He did message me though. What did he say? I'll read it to you what he said because I think you might be interested. Oh, fucking hyena just bit me in the ass. Oh, and then it had the nerve to lay down and act like it didn't just do that.
I hate those motherfuckers.
Dude, I just poke them once with a spear and they fuck off. Oh my god, I'm stupid. How'd I do that? He said, He said he's down to come check it out and play.
Okay.
But he says it feels like his Ethereum player group is just hell bent on being stuck in Minecraft.
All right. That's unfortunate, but not much we can do about that.
Not the first time we've heard it.
Yep.
They'll come around. I think a lot of them. There's a lot of people who said that they wouldn't come play this who are now here playing this.
Yeah.
So
Either they will or they won't, and if they don't, we'll get players from Vintage Story. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Like
they need the trust that this is something worth investing their money into.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of them don't necessarily not like the game. They just need to know that this is something they can come put trust into. That this isn't going to fizzle out in like 3 weeks. And then they're out $20 with a game they don't know how to play.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
So I think having... Not to say I want... Obviously, like... There's a lot of people who requested Dark Jesus to come over and play. But I think having that community strength... Like Romek, for example, or Programmer Dan...
Oh, Romek's such a huge asset.
Puts confidence in the community.
Yes, exactly.
Which is what they need to see.
Is Dan, like, honest to God playing here?
He's been playing. On the weekends when he's not busy, but he's logged in.
Hell yeah.
Because he was killed by a ram, and he bitched about it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Dark and Twitch said that for some reason a lot of communities saw him as a building block. Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily a building block status. It is just... People
trust him. So if he's willing to
you were
trusted, play something...
You were trusted, which is a hard achievement to get in the game itself. You didn't fuck a lot of people over.
Yeah, that's why I emphasize, like, get, like, the DJs, get the Romaks, get the Dans, like, people who are universally well-regarded.
Yeah, so, like, I've knocked on Vice's door, I've knocked on British Wanderer's door. We just have to go for the ones to where... Give them a game
we'll come
key,
to your house, and
let them come play, and then they're like, okay, this isn't so bad. You know what I mean? Like, they have to hear it from somebody that they trust. Like, I can't just give Greggy a key.
Jesus,
and
God,
come over here and play, and Greggy would be like, what the fuck is this? Because he's only taken into accreditation when he's beating on something. But, like, give Romek a key. Romek comes over here and plays, and Romek's like, no, I like it. Like, this is going to be around. And the people are like, oh, okay. And then they'll start coming over here in droves.
See, here's the thing, Southern, is Romek was the original V-Civa. Romek was, like, the first person I was like, yo, buy this game. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to buy this game. This game looks great.
Yeah. You can...
Like, Romek...
You can convince Europeans to buy other European games so easily.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. Is a lot of them are like, oh, it's made by somebody in Europe, not like some shitty American studio.
Some shitty American studio. This is going to be a quality game.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at it, Civ has only ever existed on European games. Because Minecraft was originally a Swedish game.
That is correct. Notch, Swedish by birth, American by choice.
Oh no, American by pay pig.
I don't think he's a citizen, is he? He just has like a giant fucking house in LA that nobody visits him because none of his friends can stand him. Or wait, no, what friends?
No, I say pay pig because it was sold to Microsoft. But Mojang, I believe, is inherently a Swedish company.
Yeah.
But they sold to Minecraft. But they sold Mojang itself to Minecraft. So like Notch doesn't even work on the game anymore. It's all Jeb. If I remember correctly.
It hasn't had anything to do with it in ages.
Yeah, Jeb took over and started doing it, but now he has to do with whatever Minecraft wants him to do, pretty much. Or sorry, Microsoft wants him to do, pretty much. Especially now that Microsoft has just bought Activision and Blizzard. It's only a matter of time before the Monopoly knockers come around.
Not a big fan of all this fucking consolidation that's been happening with the economy.
I'm waiting for the Google 20-to-1 split. Or 1-to-20 split. Oh! Let me get a screenshot of that one.
What's up?
Look who logged in.
Woo! I got a screenshot of that one.
Yeah, that's a screenshot worthy one. I did go post that screenshot in the Civ Legacy Discord.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, that's a good one. Been like, all right, we can shut her down.
People are gonna get. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Aki is active actually in the Civ Legacy. Time to post screenshots of my Pagoda base I'm working on.
Hey nerds, do you want to play a better game yet?
Hey nerds. This crack is better.
You guys play Minecraft? Not a fucking kids game? You should come play this adults game.
They're talking about Vor in the Civ Legacy General. And Infra goes, is this what people talk about when they don't have a Minecraft server to play on?
Yeah.
Oh, I have 5 viewers. That's a whole record. Now the real question is how many of them are bot accounts and how many of them are real accounts. Oh, I've got them curious now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Now they're interested. Now you're interested, boys.
Emperor said, somebody said, Emperor goes, Emperor asked what's that game, and Troll Bebek said, what's the average player count of Vintage Civ anyway? I said, our peak is 50 on a weekend, and it's only been a month in a new game, and Emperor goes, watch it outdo every Civ server.
Yeah. Facts.
Then they go wait, and then Lotus just backed me up because they just said, "Is it because I said it was made by a guy who used to do Terra Firma, and he's ex Hypixel." And he goes, "Wait a minute." He's like, "A Terra Firma guy made this game," and I was like, and Lotus was like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Terra Firma was the most based of the Minecraft mods." They were like, "Wait a minute, you said Terra Firma?"
Yeah, that's amazing. Good. Good! Oh, wait, I know what I can use for this. Fucking shingle block. Haha. That'll pop with this.
Now I've got them. They just gotta have something to put their trust into. Like, I think most of them think this is just some wild and out page. They don't know what's good for them yet. That's all it is. Right, Dark Jesus? They just don't know what's good for them. Oh, God, choking.
Don't die.
They just don't know what's good for them. I need Pastel to get on so she can tell me the proper way to terraform this area. I overdo it with terraforming.
Ah, yeah. Everyone has their strengths.
Oh, I'm not a bad terraformer. I overdo it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. I'll take that block. Go ahead and get ready to chisel this one. Sorry, Pastel, but I gotta move this.
Oh shit! It's like 9:30, ain't it?
Yeah.
All
You're
right,
still at work, aren't you?
I am. I gotta head off real quick and. Well, actually, I really don't have to do much. My rounds are done. My work is done. My readings are done.
You're you going to your girlfriend's or you're back to your place?
Probably going to my girlfriend's. It's it being Valentine's Day and all that jazz.
Oh yeah, it is Valentine's Day, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It's tough.
Alright. I could be like that one Yoaddle kid who bragged about standing up a girl to go play block game and then getting stood up by her weeks later.
Absolute fucking Chad.
Hell yeah.
Stupid fucking hyenas. You strayed too far out of the desert. You fucked up.
Now you fucked up.
Yeah, you fucked up, Aaron.
What's up?
No, I'm just thinking. I'm fighting over a conversation about Vor in the Civ Legacy Discord.
Now, why would you go and do that to yourself?
I'm not fighting over it. I'm trying to show the server a little bit.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And that's my competition, conversation-wise.
Oh, God. Poor bastard. Poor Sarsad.
I posted the screenshot, though, the one that's been getting posted of the town with the smokestack. And Emperor goes, okay, why can't Minecraft have render ranges that far, though?
Wait, what's he saying?
Are you in the Civ Legacy Discord?
Hell no, don't invite me.
Don't invite you?
Do not invite me, I don't fuck with Civ. That means I don't fuck with, like, Civ Discords, I don't fuck with Civas, I don't fuck with their stupid Minecraft bullshit. I let them live their life, I live my life.
I told him reinforcements were part of the base game from when when the game was still new and early Civists picked the game up and convinced him to put in the reinforcement systems, and they were all like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, tell him Romek was in the first wave of Civas to invade Vintage Story in 2019. And that's why nobody has seen Romek since 2019.
I wonder, is Invader online? Pretty sure he's online. Dark Jesus is somewhere running around in the wilderness. Actually gonna put I don't know how many people are watching this yet.
So you want to hear something cool?
Yeah, what's up?
So, in a union, right? And, you know, took this job, long story. I haven't really told you much about my career the last couple of years, but it's been tumultuous. And haven't really been happy with this job because I'm making considerably less money than I was at my last job. And, you know, I really like my boss. My immediate boss is a great fucking guy. I got nothing but cool shit to say about him. I do not like all of his bosses or some of the not bosses who are trying to pretend they're our bosses. Complicated. But long story short, contract negotiations came up because union. And, like, my chief engineer had a talk with the BAs, the business agents, and he's like, yeah, no, we gotta do something here. This contract sucks. Like, we're getting shafted. We got, like, because we took an extension through COVID, so, like, you know, we haven't gotten a raise since, like, you know, before COVID. And, my boss sat me down earlier today, and he's like, all right, I didn't tell you this, and, don't tell anyone else about this, but, you know, like, long story short, I'm getting, like an $8,000 and change raise. Which isn't a whole lot of money, but, you know, it's nice.
Yeah.
So I'm not, like, you know, fucking building another wing on my library, but, like, I'm back to where I was at my old job, and I'm very pleased about that.
Oh, fucking, Jesus, there is a telescope mod. I've debated on adding it.
Don't do it. How broken is it?
I don't know. It's been requested a lot, though. All it adds is the telescope.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, or like a handheld one.
Alrighty. I'll be right back.
Oh, man, bless me. How many of you viewers are actually active? I see you all here. Fuckers. What was that doing? It's nighttime.
Okay, I'm back.
I needed to make something. Oh, bowls. I guess I accidentally gave Pastel all my bowls on accident somehow.
Uh-oh.
So I can't eat any of the food I made. I think wood-carved bowls would be something to add in the future. I don't see a reason why not. Like, it makes sense to me, you know what I mean? I mean, even Minecraft had wooden bowls. Granted, meal making in Minecraft wasn't really a real thing. The bowls were just for recipes, but... Son of a bitch. I forgot pit kilns will go out if it's raining. I don't want to start any bushfires on accident either, now that I think about it. It's probably for the best. Oh shit. I'll let that sit. Where's my chisel at? I might have to run back to the other town and get more chisels. Unless I have some in my chests. But I don't think I do. No, I'm out of chisels already.
Alright, I'm gonna log off. I gotta pack up, run downstairs, hit the ATM, all that good shit. And I might be back on later, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
If not, you have a good night.
Yeah, man, you too.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay. Yeah, where's Pastel? I need Pastel to do my terraforming. Actually, did I do the other? I don't think I did the other side. Shit. Gotta build it so that way they can't jump onto the pagoda wall. But if I put the platform on the bottom as well, the ring of chisel blocks on the floor, they can't place a block down either. That'll need to be its own corner when I get to that part. It's not the block I'm looking for. I don't really want to walk to the other town in the dark. So Infra, I'm not gonna lie to you, it is a little bit of a learning curve because of how many mechanics are changed. Like, if I'm gonna be really honest with you, it is a high work, high reward though. So everybody always complains in Civ that like you had to do the factory mod and make shit expensive to encourage people to play in groups, right? What Minecraft could never achieve, that this game achieves, is a natural inclination to want to play with other players because of the tasks. We also have a skill tree as well too. So as you tech into skills, you get better at those skills, and that's how you produce those players that are naturally better at some things than other players are. We're in the process of writing our own skills mod for the game. But mods are handled on the game as like, as of 1.16, any server running a mod that you join that you don't have gets automatically downloaded from the from the mod database for the game. So you don't have to have another client to play on a modded server versus a vanilla server. Which eliminates the need to have to make everything a plugin for convenience. Like how purling and everything like that was a plugin, because at the end of the day they didn't want to put Civcraft on a client. But everything here is coded in C# instead of Java. And the modding API is completely open. So if we want it in the game, we can put it in the game, which is what we've been doing so far. But back to like the natural inclination with Civ building, right? What was I saying? Somebody pinged me on Discord. There's a natural inclination to want to gravitate to playing in player groups because of how many different tasks have to be done to produce a functioning society. So like smithing, for example, is, what time is it actually in game? It's 2 a.m. I can start walking back to the other town actually, and I'll show you what like a larger player group can achieve. This is just where I've been building my admin crimes pagoda. But I can dump chest this shit. Take some food with me. The smithing and the clay forming and the smithing, clay forming, woodworking. The chiseling is a new concept that a lot of the builders from Civ have been coming over here for, because like Romek plays the fuck out of this purely because he can chisel blocks into whatever shape he wants to make. Granted, you're making you're making circles out of squares, but the concept is there. The customization for building is there because you can essentially take any square block and make it into whatever shape you want. So like you could build a railing for your balcony out of whatever block you want to, and just chisel the block into whatever shape it is you want to make for the balcony. Same with roofing as well too. There's actual roofing blocks, so like that make a shape. So for example, your slanted ridges, tips, corners, outers, inners, and outers. There's like 20 different types of stones, and the geographic formations. The guy that made the game was a super big rock nerd. So there's actually stratas of rocks versus I don't really want to walk around the lake, but there's actual stratas of rocks. So like as I show you, like that's a granite desert mixed in with an andesite desert with a tip of bauxite, with a bauxite stretch right there, which is used for iron and steel making. You need bauxite to properly make steel, which you put it through the grinder and everything like that, which By the way, everything here is powered through water or wind. So water wheels serve a real purpose, and so do windmills. Here's a cool concept too that you can't get in Minecraft if I can find one. Hold on, oh, here we go. Oh shit, that one failed. You can skip rocks. I wouldn't call that the pinnacle of this game. But you have to throw rocks at the right angle to skip it. Oh shit, here's my stuff. I died here like fucking 3 days ago. That's fucking tits. Oh, my torch. No, my torch didn't go out. That torch went out. If you go in water while you're carrying a torch, your torch goes out, by the way. Why won't this pick up? Oh, there it goes. Oh, there's shit in them, that's why I can't pick them up. Oh, damn it. Yeah, the guy who made this literally did Terraformer Craft in Hypixel and was like, I can do this better. Oh, shit. That's empty, that's why. Fuck me. There it goes, okay. There's stuff in them, that's why I can't pick them up. Okay, that's not, I can throw a waypoint down right here. So some of this, like the HUD that you see with like the waypoints, that was made by one of the server admins. That's not base game. Hold on a second. Stupid, useless torch. If you get oil lamps or lanterns, they don't go out in water. You'd be surprised. If the game gets so dark that if you die in that shit, you better hope you saw on the map where you died. This game gets dark as shit without a torch. It's meant to be that way because it's Lovecraftian inspired, which is why it looks so. I can actually clear a lot of these death waypoints. I need to tell Novo that's bugging out so he can update that. It's like a 50-50 shot it does it. Oh, fire clay, I'll need that later. Lots of fire clay. I mean, programmer Dan likes it. He's been playing a little bit. Oh, this guy's cheap as fuck. Oh, this guy fucking... Yo, this guy's fucking selling a steel. Okay. What time is it in game? It's about 7 a.m. in game. The map is equatorially based, so the closer to 00 you are, the hotter the natural climate of the area. Versus when you get to the fringes of the map, it's much colder. Especially like when you get into the winter season. So right now it's the first day of March. So it'll start warming up a little bit. This is a good crop growing time. Oh shit. I want to eat raw bushmeat, but I will if I have. I don't think I can. I can't eat it raw. Oh no. I can eat this though. It's not very substantial, but I can eat it. I didn't like living in this area because it's a big andesite area. And andesite's not bad, but it's like this bluish color that I'm not... It's this bluish color I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of. Some people like it. It's got potential for the right kind of project, but I'm much more of a granite and plaster kind of guy. Oh yeah, so like his end game, the dev's end game, is to completely remove the crafting grid from the game by making everything have to be crafted with another block to make like a tech tree. So like to make mortar, which is used for making bricks, you have to take limestone, smash it to limestone dust, and then mix it in a barrel with the water. And it's got a ratio, so what is it? Fucking mortar is slaked lime and sand, which you get from mixing in a barrel in a 4-to-1 ratio, which isn't bad because you can quarry the fuck out of limestone and get a shit ton of it. But we use mortar as a reinforcement material as well. Because what IRL, a brick with mortar in it is going to last better than a brick with no mortar. So we use mortar as a reinforcement material to strengthen a building. Partly because ingots aren't expensive to a larger sieve, but you wouldn't reinforce with ingots because you're not making ingots bulk like you are with Minecraft. The castle always takes a minute for me to render in. I'm not playing on the best PC. I guess this is the tree farm they've been growing. But this is where it's like a mix of people live here. So like I was saying earlier, that's the windmill I was talking about. And you get your farm here. God, that's a lot of fucking bushes rendered in. Oh, you're mute. Oh. Oh, you're suppressed in this. I get what you're saying. My bad. I didn't know this is the channel you were talking about that you're muted in dark.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
What's up, man?
I'm joining in right now. I'm actually spawned in really close to some city called Bastion.
Oh, that's a group of French players, I think.
Okay.
We have a Polish town. So Talmberg is a Polish colony. Bastion is, the people I've spoke to, at least in there, appear to be French. And then Talmberg's Polish, French, and we have two Russian. I say settled. The two Russian guys we had didn't get along, so they didn't make. They're making two different Russian towns. I came here for something. Oh, fucking extra chisels. Yeah, this channel's muted by default, so people don't come in here while I'm streaming and
coming in spam. There's no point for that.
verbally berate me for no reason, or come in and ask me, can we add this to the game? That's a classic one. Oh yeah. So no, I've people have figured out how to use the instruments mod. There's got a harpsichord playing whatever ABC file. That's fucking that kills me. I can't wait for the meme songs, because you can do bands together. Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh, you know what it is? They updated that shit, so that's not even... I gotta remap that. Okay, that's from earlier when I updated the mod. I gotta remap that block. Oh god.
So do you know the Jesus guy? Randomly, Jesus runs into Jesus. I don't know, but this is pretty common. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see like how the forging setups and stuff and everything works out here. How everything runs off of the windmill, and then they have like the windmill piped around town, so all the machines can work off of.
So there's torque and resistance with the windmill too, right? So like,
yes.
Yeah, like your windmill strength is going to be based off of your wind speed it's currently getting at the time, which varies on whatever direction the wind happens to be blowing. Even with the water wheel, there's 3 different types of setups you can have for the water wheel, and that's going to provide different pros and cons on the setup. But yeah, see, it powers this pulverizer. Ignore the question mark block. That's I updated a mod earlier, and I have to remap the texture on it. I just haven't done it yet because I didn't want to bring the server down during peak time. That's weird. Invisible player much? Question mark. Relog in real quick, see if that goes away. I want the Civ community to genuinely move here. Actually, what's our player count out compared to... Oh, we're almost... 26 on a Monday is not bad for a month old. 26 is a solid start. But you can see though, Jesus, why Civ would probably do better here though.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's not clicky. PvP's hard in this game. This isn't like a clicky game where you like health pot yourself. It's honestly going to be based off of where your Civ is in the tech tree.
This is interesting though. He's like giving me a full tutorial on how to make stuff with copper, like molten copper and stuff. Oh, this is pretty cool. It's different. For being a first timer, not seeing any of this ever before. This is pretty sweet.
Yeah, you have to see where you get. You know what I mean? You have to see like where the grind pays off, because like the concept of picking ores up off the ground. Let that load in. That was weird. The concept of like picking copper nuggets up off the ground, and that's how you get from stones to tools, is like a nutty concept to people. We are actually lucky enough, Infra, that the reason why we have such a high player count is because I actually know how to server admin, and I probably talk to the devs about 2 or 3 times a week about multiplayer optimization. Because before, none of the Vintage Story servers could handle the amount of people that we get on a peak day without shitting the bed. We've handled 50 people before without breaking a sweat, while most of the Vintage Story servers struggle past 20 because they don't know how to optimally run their box. So most of like the quote lag issues people have that I've heard ended up being a client side issue. But as far as TPS goes, we don't do bad in TPS compared to the other boxes. Like, I think if we start having TPS issues, it's because honestly this box is running on a Honda Civic of a server. And it's probably because it's going to need a actual hardware upgrade. But because of us and the issues that we've discovered, that we've patched through ourselves, the multiplayer for this game is getting a lot more attention. The dev is literally like himself and his wife. His wife makes all of the textures, and he does all of the coding for the base game, just about. And then he's got one other guy he works with on server optimization. But I have been advocating heavily for server optimization improvement. Not that we're bad off now, but because down the road, if this turns into what I want to see it to be, it needs to start happening now rather than when it happens, if that makes sense. Like, we're just planning. If we're just planning for down the road, of identifying issues we're going to see coming down the road, because we've already caught glimpses of them here. Is there anything here that... so the stuff that needs to be eaten now is already on the bottom. I'll just take this with me for the road. We've handled 50 without a hitch. Like I said, if we go higher than that, or we get higher than that and we start seeing issues, it's because the box itself, we just need a better box. The specs on this box, I'm actually surprised it ran at such a high player count. So I'll give myself a pat on the back and ring my bell for actually getting that straightened out. Because 2 weeks ago we couldn't do that. Let's say 2 weeks ago, a month ago we couldn't do that. The server hardware we're running right now, when I say it is the equivalent of a ricer, we're on a dedicated metal box. Oh, a lot of room. We're on a dedicated metal box. We are on our own host. That is like somewhere in Virginia. But it's a bare metal box. But I got the cheap bare metal box because we didn't know where we were going to be at the time. So there's a lot of room for improvement. It's noted in the Patreon as we hit different benchmarks for donations or different goals. We could hit 100 with better hardware. We're running a processor from like 2011 right now. If the Civ community came over here in full, and I wouldn't say in full force, but if we saw donations rolling in and we started meeting those benchmarks, the upgrades could start rolling in real quick on optimization. Not to mention, if we hit that high of a player base in this game with the Civ community, we would get immediate attention from the devs on the multiplayer aspect of optimization. 100 players on this box, the dude would probably shit a brick. He got excited over 50 people. We're working with him on redoing the reinforcement system so it's more like NameLayer was rather than how it is now. It's kind of like NameLayer. It's like baby NameLayer. Like, it works in smaller groups. But for the 100 player activity that we would see, then NameLayer would require a rework, and we're already pushing that on him because of some of the changes we ran into about as far as making it a little easier for the player. But because we're the highest pop server on average, that's funny. I somehow managed to carry a lot of weight in the modding community and in the actual development of the game. Like, not to blow my own horn, I don't go to him for a lot of shit, and he's a super cool dude. It's the mutual scratch my back effect of we bring in players that put food on his table, so he's going to be open to reception. He's naturally open to reception. He goes to his Discord for all his bug reports and his ideas. And there's mods that were written for the game that ended up in the base game. So it's a very community-driven game. So like one of the admins for the server was the one who he put the prison pearl system in the game, except it's called shackle gear. It gets its own item and everything like that you have to make. I wrote the mod that disables global chat and enables proximity chat. And then like the logo was designed by a community member. Programmer Dan occasionally gives some community insight on just how to do things when it comes to relations with the Civ community, just from his personal experience. But he's logged in and played. Granted, he's a lot busier now than he was at the time, but he's active. He's semi-active. If he's not in game, he's around in Discord to be poked about things. We worked closely with the group that implemented the horse mod into the game. So now we have horses, which are like big horses. These aren't like your Minecraft, you're taller than this horse. Like these are like workhorses. And we're working on adding in carts to the game so we could have trade caravans. But the horses follow simple commands as well, so once they get saddlebags implemented into the actual mod itself, then you can have caravans. Armor provides natural buffs and debuffs, so like, here's a 10 bronze nomad helmet, for example. You get a ranged weapon accuracy of 3%. but it's going to, armor naturally is going to decrease your healing effectiveness and increase your hunger rate and slow you down walking. But the nomad armor is meant for archers, so you're going to get a ranged weapon accuracy bonus and a ranged weapon charge time decrease. So PvP in this game is very how you want to play and what works for you. We got a shit ton of different weapons. So like here's Gladius, for example, which was like a Bronze Age, early Iron Age weapon. We've got this spear. You've got shit you can throw. You can throw spears. Not this one, but the other smaller spear you can throw. There's two different types of bows. There's a long bow and a recurve bow. There's different types of arrows. Building a Civ in this game is truly however you want to play and what your group's play style is. There's a tent bag where you can build a small structure and pack it into a tent bag and move it with you. So the nomadic play style is very doable. Of just you and your buddies living with your horses in these tents and moving around the map. The thing I didn't like about Minecraft is that for anything to change in Minecraft requires a modding client. And it requires somebody who knows Java and knows the modding API for Minecraft, which is a lot harder than it is in most games because Mojang is just not modder friendly. This dude wants you to mod his fucking game. He gives you tutorials on how to mod the game. Like, if you ever wanted to learn C#, go to the wiki for the game, because that fucker will teach you C# and how to add blocks and how to do the configs and texturing. He even put out his own software for texturing things and making models for stuff that converts it straight into a JSON that the game can read. You could write a mod for this game in 10 minutes with a tutorial, with one of his tutorials. So which is what's going to drive this, is because if somebody wants to see a change in Civ, it's super receptive to just making the change, talking to me or one of the other admins, and then weighing it in on a community vote. It's dark as shit out here. Where's my hole? Yeah, you can't just add horses in Civ. We literally, like, the guy's been working on the mod for a couple of weeks. And he, here's Pastel. Hold on, give me 1 second. I can pull a screenshot of the horses for you that somebody took. Alright.
Stunned my eyes.
Where's this noise coming from? Oh. That's a screenshot of a horse that was added in game on Saturday. and there's like 16 different textures for them. Now that is a horse.
Yeah, I think tomorrow, otherwise later tonight, I'm gonna have to gather up a bunch of food and a little bit of supplies and try to come and find you.
I'm out here at I'll send you the chords. I'm out here with Cute Pastel Stars, building a pagoda.
Bet.
So that's gonna be my theme. It's gonna be my admin crimes castle. Is gonna be a Japanese pagoda.
I might have to come in and do some decorating.
Oh, dude, I've got like the first layer. So you know how what's it called? You know how the pagodas have like they sit on that curved wall.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? That's what I've been working on for the past like day, is building that sloped wall that they sit on, using like chiseling out the blocks to make that natural gradient. Like it's, dude, the chiseling thing is like, it's game breaking for builders, I'm telling you. Like you know how like when you build roofs, or like when you have roofs IRL, they have like the support triangles underneath them every so often.
Yeah.
I did that with a winery by putting a wood block like spaced out every so often and then chiseling that into a hollow triangle to make like natural roof supports, or natural looking roof supports. So like how people used to do that with stairs in Minecraft, you can just make that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you can just chisel it. You can make a hollow triangle underneath it. And you can make copies of it too, so you don't have to chisel out every individual one. You can make copies of the block. Granted, it's directional. So like but you can rotate it as you change cardinal directions with the chisel mod, so you can just rotate the chisel entity itself.
That was pretty cool how like the chisel, like how it's like integrated into actually making tools too. Like the process of them
the voxelization.
Yeah, them guys were in the middle of like making whoever I like logged into at that like city that they were at. They like had their I don't know, they were like making copper ingots or whatever, and it takes a while, so they had a few already made. And they were like, how you have to heat the ingots up before you put it on the anvil, and then you have to beat it up with a hammer. And the process is a little bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Like how you have to switch the mode of the hammer to like force it in different directions. That very unintuitive. But the end result of it is actually pretty cool, how you can move certain little blocks of the ingot around to form.
If you didn't know, by the way, what makes it easier, that's direction based. So if you change if you walk around the anvil, so if you have it to where it hits to the right, that's not based off the entity. That's based off how you're looking at the anvil.
Yep. Yeah.
So you can go to the other side of the anvil and hit it left on the same mode, basically. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I got out of it. It was, I guess, for someone first coming into it and then kind of being tossed into it, the intuitive thing is to slap the ingot on, and then you just start beating it up with a hammer. Maybe you have to form it in a different way, but the way that the game kind of forces you to push a button to, like, change the directional value. Yeah, it throws me off. But I can see how it, in the end, it's actually pretty cool, the process of that, how it goes down to make the actual pickaxe head.
So if you level your skill up in smithing high enough, there's a... where's it at? Processing... machine learning. There's a skill called machine learning in the smithing tree. And if you make helve hammers, which are like the windmill water wheel powered hammers that you put on an anvil, And as the windmill spins, it smashes on the anvil. You can teach Helvhammers recipes if you have the machine learning skill. So you can automate smithing tools through that.
Okay.
So if you have a group of Helvhammers hitting an anvil, so like you can add up to 4 at a time, you can just throw an ingot on there, put the recipe on it, and it can do that. Not every player can do that, though, because it's a skill you learn through X skills. So someone experienced can do it, but somebody walking into the server wouldn't be able to just fully automate smithing. They would have to have spent a lot of resource points into smithing to get to that point. Have you seen that, by the way? Have you seen the skill tree?
Yeah, I looked at it for a split second. They had me open it up and they were telling me to look around at stuff. He pretty much showed me how to sit down, and he like gave me a basic tutorial. Whoever the Jesus guy here in the Discord, that guy is a god at tutorials. Let me tell you what, you should have him write every tutorial for the game, or like anything that like people should learn about, because he went very in depth with everything for just fucking typing in chat.
Did you see the guidebook?
Yeah, dude. So his instructions over the guidebook was like tenfold. Like he had,
Yeah.
It was pretty ridiculous how many tips that he had in like a 5-minute period of me just sitting down.
Yeah. Some of that's what's been crucial to the player base is the Vintage Story veterans who came and played here, because they've been playing this game since the game came out. So they know the tips, tricks, and quirks, you know what I mean? They know the easiest way to explain something to somebody. Especially for, like, if the Civ population started moving over here, you need those players who can sit down and teach the other players how to actually do shit. Because that's what's been happening is new players will join. They'll join a town for, like, a week to get some basic tools, get their hands on things, and not die constantly. And then they'll leave and go start their own town and rinse and repeat the cycle. So like Savagard, the town I came from, and I say Tomberg are like towns that are established, and players have gravitated towards when they log in. And they'll go there, siphon off some tools and resources, contribute a little, learn how to play the game, and then they'll go out and do their own thing with their friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they'll naturally learn as they play. I played the game for 30 minutes before me and somebody else were like, we're going to start a server here. As soon as I figured out how hard this game was to play by myself, I was like, Civ needs to come here. Civ players would love this, because it's everything they've ever asked for in Civ, you know what I mean? Like, you can only get so far simulating difficulty with the factory mod, but at the end of the day, Minecraft is a clicky game. The entire game is literally built on beating bosses and progressing, you know what I mean? So people just took all of those mechanics and used it on themselves against other players. Here it's like, you fighting, dude. You fight in the wilderness. It's a PvE game, man. It's PvE. You're fighting for your damn life out here. You know, you don't just log into this game and 30 minutes later you're like in diamond armor, you know what I mean? It even takes even the experienced Vintage Story players need a couple of days to get to steel, even if they're playing in a group. Because it's not like you just dig and rock and ore generates. You have to go find that ore. You have to know where that ore generates, how it spawns, the strata it spawns in. Where, like, what stone will shit out the best copper, or the best tin, or the best zinc, the best lead. Because each rock strata, each type of rock, will carry or will have an effect on how like you can't find copper in certain rocks, you know what I mean? You have to find a rock strata that can even support copper. And some rock stratas will produce way better copper output than other types of rock that can spawn copper. Or iron. Iron only spawns in certain stone, and even certain stones are going to have shitty iron deposits, while certain stones will have like that iron deposit will last you a long time. If it's like a bountiful quality, because you'll get more out of each ore than you would like in a weak ore stratum. So there's no need for Orpheuscator, because the game naturally makes it to where like you have to go looking for this shit. Oh god. Go ahead and cook that. What time is it? It's only midnight. I think the Civ community just needs to see the trust in that this isn't going anywhere. This is being actively developed. We have active support. Oh shit, my shit's done. Cool. Actually, where's my torches at?
Alright, well, I'm going to slither into a deep dark hole and make some dinner for myself. I'll probably be back on here later tonight.
I'll be around a little bit tonight. I'm not working tomorrow as far as I know, so.
Bad, dude. I'll shoot you a message here later, otherwise I'll just pop onto the server and then I will try to farm up some food at this town I'm at and then sled on my way over there and try to make some cool block object stuff for you to look at.
Yeah. You should have been here. You should have been here for the statue contest they had at the Renaissance Fair.
Dude, I probably would have dominated the statue contest, man. I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have built some fucking Minecraft statue pixel block thing going on. Like,
once you realize that you can combine blocks into one block to make it a multi-block chisel, like you could take start chiseling granite cobblestone, add as many blocks as you want to it, and then pick what blocks out of what you've added to it you want to show. So like if you want to make patterns in blocks out of different materials, you can do that.
Interesting.
So like I was showing Pastel yesterday that you can carve the outline of, like, she was trying to make an owl, and then I put in a what's it called? If you still have my stream up, there's an example of it sitting in the little fucking hole I'm digging out of right now. I put a redwood block in her chisel thing, and then showed where she could punch the blocks back out into redwood blocks. So it made the outline of the owl out of redwood. If that makes sense.
Weird.
You can turn blocks as part of like the pixel system in the block with chiseling into other blocks if you add it to that block. Yeah.
This is going to be a lot of stuff I'm going to have to like sit down with and like actually try to figure out what's going on, you know, because it seems like there's a lot of stuff you can do, but it's like I feel like a lot of it seems, for a new player just dropping into the world, a lot of it is very counterintuitive. Pretty much everything about the game is counterintuitive. It is very, the learning curve, not just of the video game itself, I feel like is pretty tough, but I think that the attention span, like you had to have either been a Civ player in the past to like, or have just enough autism to be able to get this, and I feel like I have just enough, but I'm gonna have to really sit down and fucking, you know, chill with it and like actually get down and grind myself.
Yeah, so like that's the whole point of like the town system in this, is like players that are in a town find like one or two things they really enjoy doing, and that's what they contribute. But because of the way the game plays, that contribution will most likely carry a lot, even if it's like we had one guy on the VM server, all he ever did was make shingles and sold shingles as a roofer. And he provided shingles for like the entire server, sitting there and doing that all day, because shingles were something that nobody wanted to make, because they're not fun to make with the clay blocks. They just have a weird pattern to it, and it takes so much of them. Because think of how many shingles it takes to roof a house. You know what I mean?
It's true.
But that's what he did. He had just enough autism to sit down and shit out shingles, and people paid him for it. That fucking, it's about what you find joy in doing and how you can provide that to a town aspect. You know, what skill tree do you go down? You know what I mean? Because there's certain skills that you tech into that are going to limit where you can tech else in the tech tree. And kind of a job role system.
So far from what I can see myself being a roaming builder, but I don't just go from town to town. I think people would hire me to do certain things, you know.
That's what the senior vintage players have been doing, is they've been selling themselves out as chiselers and statue makers. So
that's what I can see myself doing.
That's what Romic's been doing, is Romic gets contracted to make statues for towns.
Yeah.
And so he's been, because he knows the chisel system really well. And so towns have been paying Romic to make statues, literally make statues out of chisel, because chisel is such a mechanic in itself. But Romic's disappeared from Civ Minecraft back in 2019, and this is where he's been the entire time in the vintage story community.
I think he disappeared around the time that Civ Classic started, and it was right at the end of 3.0, because we had Romac and Ethereum for Civcraft 3.0 in the jungle, and he took an entire spire of our 8-pointed star, and he was going to convert it into whatever the fuck he was going to do. But yeah, no, when that server went down, anyone that was in Ethereum or with our group, we all split and went our different directions. So half of the group continued to play Miner Man, and then the other half of the group started playing other video games. So those video games kind of consist of Destiny. Some people went the MMO route and started doing, what was it, Black Desert Online for a while. And
oh God!
WoW, and a lot of other people, now that Lost Ark has come out, they're super into that. So it's there's the whole Ethereum group is kind of split in so many different ways that it's almost impossible to get the crew back together. And I feel like that crew alone was I don't know, all of these kind of block games, we all played it together, and Romac was a part of that for a while too at the end of it. And once that server went down, Romac just kind of disappeared, like you said. He must have just came here.
Yeah, this is where he's been. He didn't play on this server, he played on Mudwall, but ever since we popped up, we killed the other servers, population-wise. Because people naturally want to gravitate to where the players are. So Mudwall had been the longest running server on Vintage Story, but it was a vanilla only. And then we came along and soaked up players. I'm telling you, dude, 50 players on a Saturday was unheard of for this game. Civ came over to this genre with the population I was able to take with me. And we absolutely pushed in on the other servers. And it's weird because a lot of the more Vintage Story old timers think this is an anarchy server. Which when you look at Civ, yes, it is, but it's only as anarchy as where you are, you know what I mean? As if your town's an anarch town, then it's an anarch server for you. But if your server Savagard is playing here, they're a monarchy. They said this is the closest to a 2B2T server as you're gonna get in Vintage Story, which is partially true. but they're just so alienated to this concept because most of the vintage story servers were like admin hug boxes. So like the concept that we don't moderate chat here blew their minds. They're like, well, what do you do when people want to say the gamer word? I was like, well, it's easy. Global chat's disabled. If you don't like somebody saying the gamer word, don't live near them or pearl them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like the Discord's gonna be a hug box because it's Discord. But like, I'm not gonna, if somebody breaks your blocks in game, do something about it. That's how Civ's always been. And I'm gonna keep true to that. What did that
Alright,
fucker
it's
just...
blacking. I actually gotta go. You have a great
Yeah,
night,
man, go
though.
ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Kept you roped
No,
up
you're
here.
good.
Oh, a whole 8 viewers. That's kind of cool. But like, you know what I mean though, Infra, about like the Civ community has to see trust in something. They're not so easily swayed. So we try and show that like, hey, like we're getting oh my god, fucker throws rocks at me. We're getting support, we're getting... This fucker's gonna kill me if I'm not paying attention. Spear's best. Oh, fucking A. Change isn't necessarily bad. Right, but it's a comfort zone. A lot of the Civ players that have showed up here were like 2.0 players who were tired of the clicky. Like, I think anybody with a conscience will agree that that's what Civ has basically dissolved itself into, is clicky simulator. And that's not what Civ was supposed to be about. It wasn't supposed to be a clicky simulator. It was supposed to be a larger scale, like, so you know why people click? Because there's not enough to do. There's not enough town building. There's not enough, like, you get through the factory tree. Me and one other player broke through the factory tree, like, from 0 to a diamond pick factory in, like, a day. So, like, there's nothing wrong with clicky, right? I'm not saying clicky is wrong. I'm saying, like, clicky doesn't need to be the only thing that can make it or break it for a town. You know what can make it or break it for a town here? You didn't prepare in time for winter and now you're all starving to death together for like a week straight IRL. Like, real decision making done now in March will affect how life is going for you come November, December in game. Like, there's getting clicked to death isn't the only way here for a Civ to die. You could have a hard time going through the tech tree because you settled in an area where finding ore is hard. Or like, maybe there was a shit ton of copper, but now where's all the iron at? Now you have to go find an area that has iron, secure it for yourself, and then hope that your town can stay in the tech tree hard enough to defend that resource, because there is scarcity. Like, look at this. You see the nutrient levels here at the top of the moist farmland right there? You have to do crop rotation. You can't just grow the same thing on the crop. So if you look right here at the mature flax is a K-based, it's a potassium-based, I think that's what the K stands for, I don't remember. So flax is going to grow really well in farmland that is high in K nutrients. So how do you do that? You grow crops that are going to put shit back into the earth. So you want to rotate your crops out. You don't want to keep growing a K crop on the same farm block, because eventually that farm block's just going to be barren and it won't be able to grow anything on it. So you want to make fertilizer to re-up your farm blocks, or you rotate and grow a different crop on that block and give that block time to grow its other nutrient levels back up. So like if you go back over to the town I was in, that farm is always growing something different. It's a high risk, high reward, right? It's like you can fuck yourself by, like, if I sat here and grew flax all day, after like 3 or 4 regrows, I wouldn't have fucking anything. I wouldn't be able to grow any K crops there whatsoever. So like, look at the carrots. The carrots are doing, see how the carrots at the nutrient level is lower in the K category? Because the carrot's soaking up the K nutrients. Here is spelt. Spelt uses nitrogen in the soil. So that's why the nitrogen here is lower on this block than it is on this block. So I think most of this is mature. Food goes bad, so if I don't preservate this food, it's gonna go bad in 21 days. We're actually working on adding the Mohs hardness scale to make the tech tree a little bit more proper. So like, you can't use copper pickaxes to break anything harder than copper, kind of like how Minecraft is. But there's 20 different rock stratas and just as many metals. So it would take some work. You can pickle stuff. So salt is gained from halite or halite, and you put halite in a barrel with water in it to make brine, and then you have to leave it in there for like so many days in game to make it like pickled. So like, if you look here, you have like a perish speed. This is like where you would leave food. How an in-game day is 30 minutes. Depends on world settings. So I went for longevity. So a season in this game, unironically, is probably like a week or two like a week and a half IRL. Maybe. No. Do you know what it is right now, Thranos? How long's a year in this game right now, IRL? About 2 weeks? Roughly 2 weeks.
I'm gonna fuck this shit up. I'm gonna spend the next year.
Who queued this the fuck up?
I don't even care because you don't think we're real. We're not real. You can't fucking read.
Who the fuck queued this up? Oh wow, it just went back to when I had played music earlier. That's funny. Yeah, but like a year in game's about a week and a half to 2 years. I wouldn't say 80 to 90 hours, because I have it set to where time doesn't go by if no one's logged in. And I've literally been gone for like a week before and come back and it was still the same year. But yeah, like, it's a huge factor into the game, because when you get to the winter time, certain crops won't grow in certain temperatures. So like, I've had crops die before because it was too hot or too cold. Dude, I forget how catchy this fucking remix is. See, cold resistant, heat resistant.
I'm gonna show you what's real.
Maybe if you pickled your stuff, it would last longer.
It's on, bro. It's on, bro.
Or do your cellar freezers. Cellar freezers are now a thing, too.
It's on, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up. It's on, bro. It's on, bro. Yeah, you piece of shit. It's on, bro. It's on, bro. I'm gonna show you what's real. I am gonna fuck your shit up. I'm gonna spend the next
Oh,
year
yeah?
of my life
Is that really how you feel?
whole city up. I don't even care because you don't think we're real. We're not real. You're fucking retaliate.
Bro, I'll admin ban you, dog. I'll, how about I ban some bitches off your dick, huh? I do need the rubble. Oh, actually. Dude, the quarry mod is like your builder's wet dream. It really is. Speaking of that, where's my rubble hammer at? There. Just... Yeah, I've caught one or two bugs that I let the guy know about, but I don't think they're game breaking. And I don't think they were even bugs. I think I was just lagging. Oh, I don't have any clay on me. I thought I had the clay on me. Make more cobblestone. My leather is almost cured. I actually need to make... I need to make a new bow and arrow. What did I do with my saw? Is the real question. Maybe I left it up there? I need pastel to come terraform. Oh, as terms of harder to bot, dude, this shit's hard as fuck to bot. The only thing I think that is bottable is you have your your expanded workbench, which is used to make copies of blocks you've already chiseled, and you have to hold right click. That is the only thing that I have found so far that I think could be feasibly botted, is just taping your mouse to button down to hold right click and let it go. But there's so many wild variables in here that you can't account for as a bot. Like, any day now I could just chimp the fuck out and turn on true block gravity back on again. And that makes landslides, like, unpredictable. I was about to do something. Where? Okay, Pastel's almost done with her game. But it prevents pillaring with dirt blocks, which is like why it's been requested to be turned back on. The only reason why I don't do it now is because so many people have been building with dirt blocks. Oh yeah, fucking drifters, dude, the mobs, if they can't reach you, they throw rocks at you. You can't bot that, dude. You can't. It's why you can't build drifter farms anymore, because they no longer chase you, they'll just throw rocks at you. Like, they don't give enough of a fuck to chase you anymore. How do you make a longbow now? Oh, that's right, they took out the... Oh no, there's the stave. Oh, I need resin now, that's why. Shit. Yeah, like, you'd have to be real peculiar in how you did it, but, like, it wouldn't be, like... Honestly, farming drifters isn't even super lucrative. Yeah, I added weapon pack camo. I tried to make the update hunter-gatherer friendly. A lot of players have expressed interest in a nomadic lifestyle to go around the map, and so now, like, the tent bag's back in. So now you can make tent structures that you can pack up and carry on your horse around with you. What was I doing? Oh, I need to keep doing this. Oh shit, don't do that. Yeah, next iteration the map's gonna be a lot smaller. I wanted to give people space so they could learn the game. Next iteration the map's gonna be way smaller, trust me. These fucking goats. Get out of here. I'd like to eventually add more animals. Like, in general, like, we've added deer now. We have deer and the ibex, which are pretty based. What do you mean? Dude, the range on this bad boy is like, it's almost so long that I don't want to make it mobile either. Like, I feel like that has to be the buff, the nerf to it to balance it. You can't move and stab at the same time. Give me the fucking, give it to me. Put that in there. Carrots. Get red meat. No, we have onions too. The onions need to be eaten. There it goes. Is that the guy who added, like, dragonflies? Oh yeah, I've seen that. He made, like, dragonflies and hummingbirds. And grubs. Grasshopper bread, Jesus. Dude, just stick to making the animals. I'm waiting for expanded foods to get updated. That's a big one. He got kind of fucked because in 16 Tyrion redid the liquid API. So it made it, but at the same time though, he already added alcohol in, so like he could just trim all of that off of expanded foods and just give us the recipes. How is it gonna... Fia, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but fucking making the map small. Look, ask fucking... If Infra's still in chat, ask him what the average size of a Civ map is. Like, the average size of your Civ map, you were lucky if it was double digits, I swear to God. 50,000 right now is extremely generous for your average Civ map. Infra is somebody that's in the Twitch chat. He's, I'd say, one of the more senior Civ players from Minecraft. This current iteration's map is 50,000 by 50,000. That's because of resource scarcity is already so hard. It's in Civ 2.0, which is going to be hopefully our high population release. It's going to be smaller. Yeah, 50,000. It's like we did 50,000 to give people growing room, and we don't want to encourage a lot of resource PvP right now because so many people are still learning. So like Vintage Civ 2.0 in like a year or so from now is gonna be a lot smaller, like maybe 20,000 tops. But that's hopefully at the point where we're like high population at all times. I'm telling you, if we go smaller, we won't lose MC players, Fia. Get in Twitch chat and ask Inframission. He will tell you, like, us going smaller than 50,000 is not going to drive away players. Like, I already see complaints where they'll say 50,000 is too big. Like, people complain they can't find other towns as it is right now. That's because the map's 50,000 blocks. Yeah, like from me to go back to the town I was in earlier. So from here to here that's about a kilometer. And that's a 2,000 block difference. Probably not even, hold on. 511 to 29. It's about a 2,000 block difference. And it's a kilometer. Like, I'm not going to go any bigger than 50,000. Especially, well, even in, I don't know, actually. They might just register it as 1 meter instead of 3 meters. Or whatever it is for Minecraft. They might just register it differently. I don't know. If I stand right here, it's a meter, roughly. If I stand in the very center, it's a meter. It is... Hold on. I can tell you... So the other spot I was going to build a pagoda is 1.2 kilometers. That's right here. So this right here is 1.2 kilometers from the green star to the yellow star. Which is about 385. That's about right. It's a little over, it's about 1,200 blocks away. Yeah, so it would be 50 kilometers times 50 kilometers. But the thing is too, is it's not going to be as spread out town-wise because so many players are going to group together in city centers. So like this whole like building towns just to build for like miles on end isn't like that's not going to be a thing. A lot of the structures are going to actually serve a purpose, whether that's like where you do all your tannery stuff or where you do like your blacksmith shops. There's also a shop system as well, so you can sell shit like you would in normal Civ. So, yeah, to make a pretty building, you got to put some labor into it. I mean, you can do a lot with the resources around you, like just chiseling structures and shit like that, like this. But like, the crowning jewel of towns, like your town centers, for example, are going to be so intricately detailed. Like, that's what I'm excited for. Or once people get settled in and they have like their resources and they have like a good tool system and like the builders can actually focus on building, you're gonna get some cool shit out of this. Like Romake's been here 2 years and he makes some fucking, he's good by even vintage story standards. Like the pagoda we started working on is not going to happen overnight. It'll take labor of me going out and getting the granite blocks in the quarry, bringing them back, making them into cobblestone, and so on. It is not going to be an overnight matter. But that's what's going to make it so cool, is that people are going to be a lot more appreciative, and they're not going to take a lot of shit for granted either. I mean, think about Civ, like Civ MC. How would you describe that tech tree? You know what I mean? Like, you have... So there is QP Tech, which has electricity. QP Tech is very modern. And that's a mod group that we're familiar with. It's like, here's like an electric forge. And you can automate a lot of systems through QP Tech. So like a lot of your clay builds, your clay forming and stuff like that, you can make automated. Where you just put the clay in, make it what it is you want to make, and it'll start pumping it out for you. And it's all like water wheel and steam engine powered. If you weren't aware, Fia, as well, the Townie system got copyrighted by Minecraft Townie. So they had to shut that project down. Just FYI. Yeah, so like we go from like a medieval to like an industrial age type deal. We're working on making a lot more multi-block structures for automation. But like all of the power generation in medieval automation is multi-block. So like, I can show you here. Large gear section, for example, which is used for the water wheel and for the large wooden gear. No, I had to unmute you. It mutes. Oh, you muted yourself. There's always a debate to how you can make a good Civ game, right? What helps here that Minecraft can't provide is the flexibility. If we want to make it happen, we could make it happen. So like, literally our only limitations when it comes to changing things for Civ is how well we know the modding API or how well we know C#. Other than that, Civ could be whatever it wants to be here.
Oh,
Peop-
definitely. I'm pretty excited about that all.
You're super quiet and cluttered, Pastel. I swear to God, I'm gonna mail you one of my headsets I don't use anymore. I swear to God.
That would be really rad.
I've got like 3 in my closet I don't use anymore.
I'm just, hoping this new place I'm going to on the job, like, allows for me to save up enough money to afford things that, I kind of haven't really been able to the past few years.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty hyped about that.
No, that's awesome. I'm sitting here in Twitch with some of the vintage Civ players and Infra, if you remember Infra.
I do.
Yeah, we're just having. I've been on a Civ vintage Civ shill with the Civ Legacy Discord because they're all like, "I need something to play," and I'm like, "Well, here's your crack." But even like Infra agrees is that the Civ community is very rooted in its ways,
Definitely.
and it's going to take a lot of work to convince them that this might be the change that Civ needs. Because even Dark Jesus was like, the skill difference is there. Oh, here, I found my death pile, so here's one of my other leather backpacks if you want to replace one of the bags in your inventory with a backpack. The learning curve is there, but Civ got so clicky because there wasn't enough to do. People got bored making factories and buildings, so they turned to clicky.
Very true.
Meanwhile, here, it's the environment so hostile to you that clicking is not your priority. Like, no one's bum rushing clicky. Dude, not till they log in a game and a wolf fucks them up and they're like, oh shit, dude, players aren't the only thing I need to worry about here.
Right.
Dude, if you're naked, wolves will two-shot you if you're naked. Hyenas aren't as bad, but they're just more annoying than anything else.
Gotcha. Is there gonna be an option to tame any predatory animals later on in the game?
There's a mod for wolf taming, but it's a little OP at the moment, and I want to work with them on maybe just bare boning it. Farm Life apparently does it too. Farm Life is one I've considered because I actually trust Jake Cool on putting out a reasonable product, and he's still active in the community. I'm trying to figure out how I want to terraform this. Like if I should just run it cobble down the sides.
Can you show me an example real quick?
So like just... Oh shit. Fucking, the planes fuck me up sometimes when you build. Or just cobbling it down the hill, so like meeting the wall meet the hill. But I want to terraform it to where you could put other buildings on this hill, like in the picture of Hamaiji Castle. There's other buildings surrounding the main keep, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking flattening the hill to the Y level that the castle is on for defensive purposes is probably in our best interest, because the way I've been designing the slope, you can't jump up it. If you slope it all the way down, it treats the chiseled blocks like stairs.
Holy shit.
So people could just walk right up it. So I made it to where this ledge was just higher than a block. So you can't jump it. And if I chisel the bottom of this, so like if I do this, for example, Where's my chisel at? Fuck me up, I threw my chisel in the chest, hold on. Wait here. Here's one that's almost broken. If you take it and you chisel it to like, not this, not that high. Give me a second, I gotta get nitty gritty with it. Actually, I could just cut it out there. So if I make it like that high, you still can't jump up it, but you also can't place a block there. So you can't pillar up it either.
Nice.
You see how that registers though? Because people were like, oh, people can just pillar up walls. Not if you do that at the bottom and you reinforce that. You're straight. You're good. You're not, that fucker's not, you're not pillaring up that shit.
Wow.
So even like, there's no pearls in the game. So even if you made it to where like, you go out like, I haven't actually tested it with ladders. Let me go make ladders.
Try it out?
Yeah, I need to figure out before I get invested in building the walls. There's a real broken way. I know that you can't do it, and I'm not gonna put it out on stream. It's not broken. It's a game mechanic. There's a way to do it to where even ladders would be useless, but I'm not gonna put it out on stream. Because somebody else showed me how to do it. Oh fuck, I fucked that up. What's the fucking recipe again? I forgot about that. Ladders are freestanding. I forget that. Well, that's the thing, is if I put the chisel... Okay, so that has to be... I have to put something there, too. That's easy. So what, if I put a fucking... Oh, shit. No, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, so you can't jump up that. So you'd have to... Okay, so my original idea would still work. We could just build a moat.
Yeah, a moat's probably for the best.
Yeah, like a little 3-block wide moat, because I don't know how far your player can really jump. But if you build a moat and then put a chiseled block on the other side, then you can't place a block there to increase your height either. So the only way to really do it is no shit having to build some sort of like wall scaling contraption and attempting to jump onto the castle. But that's not something that somebody's just gonna pop up overnight or like in like an hour, you know what I mean? You'd have to catch somebody doing that.
Right.
So if we build the moat, well, see, the only thing about building the moat is not, the hill doesn't go all the way around the pagoda. But I guess you would have the advantage on the sides where it hangs off the side of the hill, because the wall there is going to be taller anyways. So like what you're concerned about is these short blocks where, so like I'll show you an example over here. This is where like Nick would be in handy because all he does is sit here and plan out defensive structures. But like because of this game, you have to get real creative on your defensive structures. People will figure something out, you know what I mean?
Alright, they usually do.
Yeah, they love that. They love that shit. Alright.
It's a challenge for them, I think.
Yeah, no, they get their rocks off to that shit.
Yep, Civ in a nutshell.
No, explosions are disabled now on reinforcements. That's been patched in. You can't just blow up a building anymore and bypass the reinforcements.
That's great.
That was too broken. That was an in-game bug, like a base game bug, where explosions were integrated into the reinforcement system, so they used to just ignore reinforcements. We had to patch that in ourselves to actually make that liable. How did I have this before? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So this is what an average side... No, they just don't do anything to reinforcements anymore. They're not out entirely, so you can still use them for mining. They're intentional purpose. But you can't just bypass reinforcements with them anymore. Alright. So this is what your average wall is going to look like all the way around, right? That nice sloping gradient. As of right now, you can't jump. I made the mistake earlier the first time I did this. It ran all the way to the ground as a slope, and then I realized you could just run up the side of the wall. So you put the thing on the bottom. Oh shit. You still can't jump it, and you can't place blocks on it. Now, if I were to go out to here, we'll simulate a trench, a moat. And what, I put a ladder here. So a 2-block high ladder. You can't even get a running start, so like you can't really get a running start on this shit. That's actually pretty hard.
I think it gives everybody like an even chance, though.
Yeah, I mean every defensive structure eventually will fall, you know. But it has to. You're not deterring a war party. You're deterring your average, like, semi-poor looter. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're deterring shitters. You're not like, look at like like the Lexington Vault. The Lexington Vault eventually fell. Like, you're deterring You're deterring people like Thranos from just walking up and breaking down your front door. You want to make it to where they have to burn tools. So by the time that they get to your reinforced chests and your reinforced doors, like, they're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
You want to make the reward, you want to make the work too much. So I think a trench like this would work, and then just take it, and on the other side of the trench with the cobblestone, do the whole... where's it at? Do that on the other side. And so they can't place a ladder on this block either. Oh, you can't even crouch place it. Oh, that's so fucked. You can't even crouch place a ladder.
Damn.
Yeah. Dude, the chisel blocks register so weirdly as an entity, like, not necessarily in a bad way. But, like, like, you would have to put a block there and then put a ladder on top of it. So, like, if I put a block there, put a ladder on there, it's still kind of hard to pull off the jump. Maybe I'm just dumb, though. Okay, so you could... Fuck, alright. Oh, you know what would be a bitch nap? You know what we need? At the top of this? A buttress. So at
You're
the
right.
top, it needs a little lip. So you can't just walk all the way up to the pagoda. Like there's an overhang lip there. Oh, you're starving. Here. Some shitty... Oh, I'm starving too now. Go fuck myself, I guess. Here, I'll just go back to the hole real quick and feed you. Feed myself as well. No, if you put an overhang right there, they can't just walk up it. They'll have to break that block too. Which, like, if we chose to heavily reinforce anything, it would be that lip. Just for the sake of I hate having to make more bowls. When you're done with your bowl or whatever, just like pop it back on the shelf. So you click on the food right here. Oh, it's empty. The bowl's empty. I think we don't even have to build a moat. There's pitfall traps, if I remember correctly.
There are?
Yeah, you can make wood spikes. Bed of nails, wood spikes. You can even make concealable pit traps. There's a bed of nails you can make as well, but that's like mad expensive. I'd rather just make wooden spike pit traps.
A bed of nails, that's pretty medieval.
Yeah, and then you can reinforce the spikes like cheaply with plaster, because plaster's a reinforcement of 50, but you can make that shit in bulk. Like a barrel of that shit is like 300 blocks. Oh, not 300 blocks, 300 mortar pieces. And they're height based, so if you fall into a deep pit trap, it's gonna do more damage than fall. It's scalable damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Theranos, do you know if the pit trap does damage, like if you're stuck on it? Like if you're just touching it, does it do damage? He doesn't. I think he doesn't know. He says he doesn't think so, but he's not sure.
Gotcha.
So then you put like a... Oh yeah. This right here is what we need at the top. Oh yeah. Or make it to where maybe it's more natural flowing. Because you can make like a super ornate one if you wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, just it's concealed as a as what it is. Yeah, you can't walk. You can't even jump up that. So they'd have to break the block.
And that could take a lot of time.
So
because
if
of
we
where
were,
it's at.
if we had to heavily reinforce something, it would be that lip. Because if they wanted to, I can't stop them from towering up and jumping onto shit. I can only make it harder.
Right. I think that's a good idea, though.
Especially if they fuck up and they fall off the wall into the pit trap. Because, like, we could take this right here and slope it down to where it doesn't really register as a full block. So, like, I could slope it to... like that. Which eliminates a lot of the purchase room. If they fell off. So, like... and man, they get fucking knocked off right into the fucking hole. Because there's not... because you'd... the sliver of room, it's not like a whole block. Like, you have to catch that. And there's going to be a certain point to where, like, if you fall off that and you bounce off a little, you're not catching yourself back on that.
Right.
Oh, dude, fucking... defenses in this game are like a science now. Like, a good siege engineer in a town is going to be worth its weight in gold. Especially once people figure out how to really use chiseling blocks to make anti people. Oh, that's so fucking exciting.
It's gonna be really cool to see.
Yeah, how people get creative. Especially, like, dude, even throwing rocks at people. You don't even need a bow and arrow. You could just throw rocks at people.
I was reading about that on Wiki. I was reading the Wiki and laughing at that. I was like, yo, you can really stone people.
Yeah, you can stone people to death.
Great.
You can skip rocks on water. Have you seen that?
No way, show me.
Yeah. Oh, there's a cave. There's a whole cave right here I didn't even know about. We can make, like, catacombs out of this. We can have a sewer. We can have a sewer system.
That would be cool.
Like... oh, here's a pond down here.
Oh, that is so cool.
Like, you have to throw it at, like, the right angle. It's like, that was a bad one. And when they had the fair, they had a dodge rock contest where they built, like, a dodgeball arena.
Gotcha.
And then went by elimination. And Tyrion, the game dev, was like, why did they not do a stone skipping contest? I was like, I don't think they knew they could skip rocks on water. But they had, like, a spear throwing contest. Did they have or they knew about it, or did they just not have the stone skipping contest?
Right.
They had a spear throwing contest. That was one of the things they did. Now that we have horses, they can have somebody can have, like, a proper Kentucky Derby.
So what are the cave systems like in game?
Rock spawn in stratus. So you know how you have your sedimentary, metamorphic, and igneous rocks?
Yeah.
That's how rocks generate.
That's
So
amazing.
like you're only going to find certain types of rocks and certain types of strata. The guy
Wow.
that made and the stratosphere rocks, the strata rocks, get pushed up by like hills and mountains and shit like that. The guy that made the game is a huge rock nerd.
That's actually really cool.
Rocks and ores are very accurate to the T about where to find them. So you can't find copper in certain rock formations because and stone layers because like the ore's not going to generate there.
Gotcha.
I brought back more tools. So I guess this hill should be flattened out then. And we can relocate it to the corner of the pagoda. And then just build like a natural like terraforming wall, you know what I mean? Like a terracing ideal, maybe?
Do you have any like photos of examples of like what you mean?
Did this not? Oh, there it goes.
Oh, so you were thinking like crop rotation type of
But I mean terracing in the sense of like, there's two ways we can do this, right? You can either have the wall go all the way down to meet the hill, or you can bring the hill up to meet the stone wall. But the only thing about that is that it would require a little bit of landform terracing, so that way it wouldn't just look like a chunk of the hill was poking up in a square. Like you'd have to naturally gradient it. Which wouldn't be that hard because if we're going to flatten it to the Y level that the pagoda's on, for the sake of being able to build other things on top of the hill, the entire hill, that this hill's not very big, so we could terrace most of this hill. And I know like Dark Jesus is gonna come over and meet us over here as well. So we're gonna have more bodies. We're gonna accumulate more players.
perfect.
So like we can kind of just reshape the hill and then terrace it down to the Y level. And then we could either throw crops on it, trees, maybe a couple of shit shacks. But like the pagoda's gonna serve as like the town center. Do you want a shovel?
Thank you.
The pagoda would serve as the town center though. But I want to terraform it now. That way we can do accurate building planning versus like winging it as we go. Like this town is going to be an art form.
That's the best way to be.
Yeah. Especially with the way this game goes, proper town planning is a good thing because people like making buildings for different parts of the game.
Yeah.
At some point, I will have to show you how to do proper beekeeping.
That would be great.
Yeah, because we'll need the candles that you make out of beeswax. Not yet. I'm probably gonna add golden combs in a couple of weeks, Thranos.
Gotcha. Candles are pretty cool for design and decor, though.
Well, you can make candles, and the candles are used to make different lanterns and stuff.
Nice.
Which are like the upgrade from oil lamps. I need to make a chest for this, or a crate. Hold on. I'll put a, where's my saw? There's the saw. But there's already wood here, so fuck it. There we go. Put the dirt in there for now. Alright, there's 2 chests out here that are outside the pagoda wall that the dirt can go into, because we'll want to keep it.
I just realized how much I have in my inventory. I don't know
Yeah,
what to do with half of it.
Here. I'll, how do I make a sign again? There it is. There's a, I made you a label chest inside the hut, so anything personal you want to keep in there, you can dump in there.
Much appreciated. Shit. My shovel broke.
I found a cherry tree when I was exploring, and I need to go cut saplings off of it eventually. Dude, growing fruit trees in this shit's hard because the cutoff branches that you use to plant more saplings only have like a 25% survival chance.
Oh, damn.
So like orchids, a good orchard is worth a lot.
It sounds like something I would spend like an autistic amount of time doing though. Just because I would find it fun.
Oh, like you can make like whole berry farms and stuff like that. There's like at least 8 different types of berry bushes.
And fruit.
And fruit. Oh, are you back, Simple?
Wow.
I am back.
Nice. Yeah, so like the amount of plant work you can do here, Pastel, is like a wet dream. I swear to God.
OMG. That's really cool.
Yeah, no, my girlfriend has a migraine, and as I was driving home, I'm like, how you feeling? She's like, migraine, boy didn't sleep well, yada yada, and I'm like, another night then? Because I'd rather not, like, go there just to, like, yeah.
Give me some coochie.
No, not necessarily that, but it's like, I'd rather, like, you know, my presence be enthusiastically received than rather, like, I go over, the kid's already asleep, so it's like, I don't want to come over and wake him up if he didn't sleep well yesterday.
Yeah.
And then if she's not feeling well, then I'm just in the way. Go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I've actually been engaging with a couple of Civ players in the stream, like old Civ is like Infra, for example.
Nice. Very cool.
In the campaign to convince them that this is better.
It is.
And even Infra agrees. It's like the issue is that Civ players are deep-rooted in their ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't know what's good for them yet.
Not yet. That's okay. How'd DJ get started?
He's gonna shiesty some food from the town that he's in. Some ration.
Where'd he end up?
He ended up in Bastion.
Oh, okay.
But he wants to make his way over here to me and Pastel. Oh, see, Pastel, where I was talking about earlier, that these fucking rifts will just open the fuck up wherever they feel like.
Where? Oh.
I like how no matter how you're looking at it, it's always facing you. Yeah, it makes your game go all fuzzy and shit when you stand in it.
They're pretty cool, though. Very ominous.
Yeah, the game's... Tyrion's super into Lovecraftian shit.
That's
so, like,
great. Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's all Lovecraftian Eldritch horror. Like, you've yet to really encounter, like, the enemy mobs in the game. Stability is also region-based, so some areas are naturally going to just be shitty in terms of where all the aggressive mobs are.
Gotcha.
This happens to be a fairly calm area on average.
It seems like it has the good beginnings for some horror elements of the game, though. I think that's pretty cool.
The issue is when we make mods and add content, we have to keep to the theme.
Right, of course.
Because we want to make it look naturalized. I would like to see somebody really expand on enemy mobs, but mostly you're going to see a lot of what's called a drifter, which are going to be like these...
I them on the wiki a bit.
Yeah, they like throw rocks at you and shit now. And there's different scales of drifters.
So that's the thing, is Tyrion's got like drifters, and drifters are all well and good, but what we really need is like some like actual eldritch horror, like an abomination from the abyss beyond that is like, yeah, you know, that cares nothing for our measly human lives.
Definitely.
Well, like the bells, oh god, the bells are so annoying. There's a bell that you can they'll occasionally spawn deeper underground, and they like frail about on the ground ringing, but it summons a shit ton of mobs.
Really?
Yeah, have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't encountered that. Southern, I haven't played this game in since until you messaged me on January 1st of 2022. I hadn't played this game since like October of 2021 or 2020. I'm not sure. It had been a minute. Yeah, 2020.
Yeah, they have this bell thing, and they also have the spider chainsaw, whatever the fuck that is. He's got some creative shit. You just don't see it until like you're deep in the caves. They don't just come out to play casually. You kind of have to find them, and they're a bitch and a half. There's like the spider mechs, the bell, that chainsaw thing that does a shit ton of damage. Locusts.
What do locusts do?
Oh, they're just these little mechanical bastards that ruin your day when you're trying to go caving.
Yeah.
They're like mechanical spiders. It's best approximation.
Yeah, certain classes can hack them. The Clockwork class can hack it.
Really? What can they make them do?
Fight for you.
Neat.
You have the hacking spear. But like, it's a trait though from I think the Clockmaker trait. Somebody actually expanded on it to where you can turn them into essentially resource bots, but that'll never be added.
Yeah, no. It's way too broken.
Yeah.
Civs would enjoy that though.
I see why there's a mod that buffed shovels, and I see why now somebody made it. We're going through shovels like crazy. The fuck was that noise?
That was probably Clyde or Nemichin.
Oh. I was like, what the fuck mob is near me? It did not sound right coming into my headset.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, it's we've got quite the array of horses here.
So the passive noises work now then.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool then. I helped him make that. I did the audio files for him.
Nice.
Yeah. That's my best horse impression. Oh no, don't waste your pickaxe on this.
But fucking horses spawn around Lazuli, so it's nice.
Yeah. Don't waste your pickaxe on that. I'm gonna quarry that out.
Oh, alright.
Just cause it's way cheaper to quarry it out than it is to oh yeah, I'll see it, Infra. Like I said, it's just a matter of convincing Civ that this is what they need Infra. And I think as long as I stay active on pushing them this direction, then eventually we can see that whole Civ renaissance that I would like to see. Ideally. But you get some sleep, man. Have a good night. Alright. You want to see something cool passed down?
Yeah.
So, this is how quarrying works. I'll show you like a... Oh, that's not the best spot I could do it. I need a kern, actually. So, is it every block around the block to make a kern? Or the kern to drop the andesite simple?
I mean, yeah, or you could just quarry a chunk of, use quarrying and cut, like, full stone blocks from that.
I thought that was the smooth block, though. I didn't think that actually worked.
No, you can get just regular raw stone
There it
blocks
goes.
as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I
Whoops.
want to say it's the rough cut chisel.
Whoopsies.
Let me find that out for you.
I need to get the stone for the kern, so hold on real quick. This isn't what I
Yeah.
wanted to show you, but it needs to be done. So we
The
can make
rough cut
bread.
chisel will give you whole stone blocks.
Oh. I guess I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Honestly, I was doing it that way until like 2 days ago.
There. Three. Is it four?
The finishing chisel will give you polished stone.
Yeah. That's the one I don't like as much.
Yeah, same. It's 4
Okay, there we
stone,
go.
2 sticks.
Okay, I have enough stone then.
Good.
There we go. Kern. I needed that. Alright. Now I'll show you the... We'll do like a little tester here. Do one more down. Oh, shit.
More street lighting in Lazuli. It's dark as fuck around here. It's like I'm gonna get robbed. God damn,
Now
Clyde,
you
why
just
are you
gotta
such a
hammer
hater?
these bad boys in.
So, Southern, I
Watch
feel
out.
like
Step back.
horse obedience could probably afford to be like the tick rate on that adjusted. If that's something we can
Oh, wow.
configure server side without like having to bug the authors.
Yeah, I think it is.
Because in a multiplayer setting, I think the tick rate is a little too
Now look
high.
at
'cause,
this.
like,
Hold on. Now look at this pastel. See how it contains 60 andesite?
Yeah.
That's how the quarry mod works, is you dig it out with the plugs like that, and you can, quote, cut them out. So this block will change based off how many there is. So, like, you can get a huge one that's like a 2x2. But this is the most efficient way to get stone in large quantities.
And you said these were steel plugs?
Depending on what material the plug is made out of, depends on the max size you can do.
Gotcha.
Alright, yeah, but no, the horse thingy, I'm not sure how much of a factor obedience really has, but the point of it, I think, is to mimic having to actually feed your animals. So if you put a trough, they should eat from the trough and it should maintain the obedience level. Simple.
sorry, my shit was muted. Yeah, because I got Clyde here up to 100 obedience last night before I went to sleep, right?
Yeah.
And like I was up till like 2 a.m. And then go to sleep, wake up, and he's like completely bottomed out. And then so while I was at work, I got him back up to say like, 30 or 40. And then by the time I, got home, got online, say I logged out at like 9:30, it's now midnight and he was back to like 0% obedience. And it's like, fuck, man. I think they have it balanced for like a single player setting where the clock is shutting down every time you log out.
Yeah.
Whereas like for like our multiplayer environment, if you have your horse to 100% obedience, you at least want him to be like above 60 in the morning, or when you log in 24 hours from then. Like, especially if you've got a trough and like you're feeding it, because like then. If people aren't logging in, like you effectively have to like no life this, like neat the server to be able to like log in and use your horse without having to like jerk him off for an hour feeding him, because you can't feed him constantly either. You have to wait like 5 minutes per feeding.
Yeah.
Like, in a vacuum, it doesn't
I'll let
seem like-
people keep playing with it longer
Yeah.
to see the real in and outs of it.
Because, like, in a
before I
vacuum,
make
it
an
doesn't
official
seem like
decision.
in a vacuum, it doesn't seem so odious to, like, have to charge it up to 60% before you can do anything, but, like, you know, if somebody has limited playtime or whatever, I could see them getting aggravated with it.
Yeah. I'm assuming you want to keep all the flowers we find, Pesto.
Absolutely.
You'll need them anyways for beekeeping. So, because when you put your fake hives, their population of the hive is based off of how many flowers are around it.
Oh, nice.
So you'll have to make like little gardens for beekeeping and stuff. Isn't it? I like this because the buildings you make will actually serve a purpose rather than just like being a shell that has like one factory room.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like in this, you physically need the space to perform like industrial and commercial processes. It's nice.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, every building we've built in Lazuli thus far has been out of necessity rather than, you know, just...
I don't know. I think it's the Bastion screenshot, but they've been like planning their town. There's been immense amount of building planning going on there.
Yeah?
And it's actually really nice because the screenshot they posted of like the buildings in the inner wall, you can see like the smokestacks and stuff like that of like the furnace buildings and everything.
No, it's super cool. Now,
Like
what do
the-
they have? Like the particulator block that like sends up the smoke effects, or...
I'm not sure because the screenshot could have been, they could have put a bloomery on top of there and just let the bloomery run.
Yeah, that's true. Which would be pretty cool.
I know fire pit, some Thranos brought up too, fire pit smokestacks actually go up pretty high. So making like an actual chimney is a real thing. If you chisel the corner, if you put 4 blocks around, but you chiseled those blocks to be super thin, then, oh, is my YouTube stream still going? That'd be funny if it was. I had no idea that. I would have thought for sure they would have shut me down by now. You know what's going to be really cool though? Or people are eventually going to make star forts.
We need to do something to address pillaring at some point. Some approximation of Bastion.
I've already figured it out.
How's that?
I have figured out the science behind pillar preventing.
How's that?
Look at
Tell me.
look at my stream real quick. I'll show you.
Alright, hold on. Gotta alt tab out of this bitch. Who's pinging me?
I will show you the science of anti-pillaring. I need to wash my vape tip. It's getting crusty. We love a crusty vape tip. Whenever you're ready. Simple.
Trying to load the stream.
I was say, how many fucking people are sitting in the stream room right now? I'm so glad the shit's muted by default.
What's that?
Hold on, trouble tickets. Oh, that's not what I thought it was.
Okay. Alright, I'm in.
Alright. So, you see how we have this right here? Like, so we're making that natural pagoda on top of the stone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this was done deliberately because I realized if you chisel it as like that all the way down, there's stairs. So what do? You chisel this to that way, because this is for like that natural look, obviously.
Yeah.
But it just has to be taller than a block, and you can't jump on it. Oh well, what if you just fucking right there, right? Nah. You see this little piece right here on the bottom?
Yeah.
You can't place blocks on that. So you still can't jump up this. Right? So you can't pillar up a wall if you put a chiseled block on the bottom. Oh, well, fucking... I could just make a fucking ladder. Oh, I want to wait for this to break. I could just make a fucking ladder. Well, like, you could put it right there, yeah. But what if I took the chisel, right, and fucking put a block there, right? Take my fucking chisel and go, no, fuck you. That's too big. There we go. Right. Or actually, no, because this would be more naturalized to stick with the original build if I did that. Hey, is that you in the woods over there? That's not you. Oh, I guess Thranos just found us. Whatever. Okay. Oh, shit.
What?
You, this motherfucker. I don't want to listen to this shit, dog. Get out of here with that. Go show Pastel. She's over on the other side of the pagoda. She'd like that. Go entertain her. Fucking,
Oh boy.
So, you put this little lip right here. And now, guess what you can't put there anymore? A fucking ladder. You can't even shift click it because it's not a real entity. So
But
you
that
can't...
doesn't... However, that doesn't preclude people from, like, sky bridging in, for instance.
Well, yeah, you're never really going to defeat sky bridging if somebody makes some legitimate effort to put a real bridge, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, I could enable dirt gravity, and so people would have to actually put some work behind it. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm not going to do it yet because people have already invested time in digging cellars and shit.
Give them, like, a 1 week warning, 2 week warning. Like, gravity will be effective on this world.
She's over there behind you. Go show her your musical instrument.
Oh
So,
boy.
well, what do you do for people like this, right? So, say somebody does skybridge and get up to that point, right? This little lip right here at the top, you can't jump over that. And it's also a bitch to stay on. Because it's so hard sloped that if you were to take that, dig this down like 3 blocks deep and put some pitfall traps at the bottom, that's going to be painful. And put chiseled blocks on the sides of it, and you're not building ladders to dig out of there. You have no choice but to die, pretty much. You can use chiseled blocks to mimic bastions by making selective areas where you don't want to place blocks.
Is that a piano?
Yeah, you can upload music through ABC files and play music through them.
Really?
Yeah, see? Do it again, Thranos.
Hold on, I think I have to turn up the volume on your stream.
Oh, cool.
Do it again, Theranos. Oh, she's got the harpsichord. Do it again, Theranos. Oh, she's got the harpsichord. People could write songs out of game and spam them in game.
Wait, hold on, my volume was off on my laptop.
Well, that's a fucking game changer. I have to go tell some people about that.
Could you try that again? That's pretty cool.
Several hundred ABC files from Starbound. Somebody could literally take the Civ Freakout remix, port it to an ABC file, and play it in game. And I think too, Theranos, the instruments, not everybody has to have the same ABC file. It's proximity based, I believe. So you can make bands in game from all the instruments.
Awesome.
Wait till the Gensokians find out they can play all their favorite anime themes in game. Real game changer there, guys. Oh, somebody on Starbound already put out ABC files for animes. That's funny. Oh, there's Castlevania and Earthbound.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Oh, wait, come here, Pastel. Here, start it over, Theranos. She'd recognize this one.
So, what mod are the instruments?
Instruments mod.
Okay. That doesn't have a guide in the game, does it?
God, what song is that from? It's on the... What show is that from? It's on the tip of my tongue. What other instruments do you have? Oh, Evangeline. None on you? Well, what do you need to make the other instruments? That's what he was playing. He was playing the Evangeline.
Oh, shoot.
Did you not hear
I
it?
guess I missed it.
Yeah, do it again. How do you actually set this up? You need to set up a fucking... What's it called? He wants to, the instruments mod guy wants to eventually add bagpipes, which I think will be funny. Can you imagine that? Two towns get into a fight and you just have people carrying bagpipes. There's so much wiggle room for bullshittery.
Oh boy, we have rabbits.
Let me see the piano real quick. Oh, well, would you look at this?
I'm gonna need a stage in the inn, aren't I?
There's a lot of shit in here. We have to make a clarinet. What stuff do they have on a piano here? Oh, X-Files? That's funny. There's a lot of shit. What other instruments are there? Oh, a clarinet. Oh, that's easy enough to make. Now I have to figure out what the clarinet sounds like. Here, Theranos. Where's my saw? You have my knife on you still? Or actually, I should be able to use the knife that I have. A clarinet. How do you make a violin? Oh, you need to make a violin and a violin bow. Oh, that's so funny. You have to have flax to make a violin. Oh, my game crashed.
Oh no.
Oh. Alright, don't play the clarinet. Clarinet bad.
Oh no.
Hmm.
It crashed my game.
What do you mean? What crashed your game?
The keyboard.
That's weird. That didn't crash me. Skill issue. Oh, go Power Rangers. Oh, it didn't crash me this time. What's our band name, Thranos? Uh-oh. Shift right click or crouch right click.
Like Anto.
Yeah, I need to. The fuck is a pack file? What the fuck do I do with that? Where's my food? So crouch and then set it to fluid for you, maybe. Oh, hold on. I set the band name to just the letter A, so we're gonna figure this out. We have to figure this out. Yeah, what the fuck? I have no idea how the fuck this works. Oh, there's Careless Whisper? Oh fuck yeah, that's getting played. It's the traveling music man. It's a lowercase a. I don't know how this works. Why do I need to make a saxophone? That's what I need to know. Oh. Hey, you know what you need to do, actually, Thranos? I can put the ABC files on the server. So that way they're server accessible. So what I'll have to have you do one day is send me I'll have to start collecting ABC files from players. Yeah, my band is set to A.
So that's what I'm wondering is, can players have like their own ABC files and they're like mods by server, like in a subfolder, or
No.
does it
They
have
would
to
just
be like
play
what's available on the server?
They could have their own. So like they can have their own from what's it called? Oh, it's a capital A. I lied to you. It's a capital A. I lied to you. No, so when you do the way him and I have it is you make a folder called ABC, and you put all the files in there. But if you do ABC server and the directory of the server install, then it's server accessible. All right, it's set to ABC now with a capital A.
I was just confused about whether like there were songs like default with the mod, whether players could upload their own for use on the server, whether that was a single player only thing. But yeah, if players can upload their own songs to play on the server, that's gonna be a great time.
And people can make their own ABC files too and submit them to the server. So somebody could literally take the Civcraft Freakout remix and somehow convert that to an ABC file to make it instrument playable.
Yeah.
If I right click, it just tells me.
Southern. Madion, finale. Although I guess that's kind of a dated Civcraft meme at this point.
Do you have a capital A or a lowercase a, Thranos? We're gonna figure this out. You have a capital A. Okay, I have a capital A as well. Starting new band A, so I get that. Is it instrument specific? No, it doesn't appear to be that way. I have to actually forge a saxophone specifically from brass. Do you know how much that's actually going to be worth?
Probably a bit, I'd wager.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little charge one, that's funny. Oh, here we go. Here's the good shit. If it plays. I want to make drums. Yeah, I have the drum specific ones for a lot of stuff from the one I just downloaded anyways.
Fucking Undertale. It's great. OMG, God bless.
They'll throw rocks at each other. Go! I choose you! Oh, AoE 2 noises? That's based. Oh, wait, here's a good one. If it plays.
That's great.
I'm gonna put a horseshoe pit in my backyard.
Oh
But,
god,
you
now
know, just rocks instead.
Yeah.
I just realized that this is a feasibility.
I need leather. I need leather like now. I need one piece of leather.
There should be some in that chest.
No, that's not leather, that's pelts. I have to turn that into
Oh.
leather.
Damn.
I'm about to cut up a backpack. That's where I'm at. Damn it. Do you have a piece of leather on you, Thranos? You have to get the minstrel outfit. Oh, you can make the minstrel outfit. Yeah, you have to make the minstrel clothes. And then just go around the map. Yeah, that will be your purpose now. Where's my knife? I think that's all the digging I want to do right now. I want to do fun shit now. Oh god. I'm about to get nothing done now. Oh my god, I gotta make a barrel. I wanna make a barrel. How the fuck do you make a barrel? In the bucket. Could have sworn I had a bucket in here. I know I had a bucket in here. Something's throwing rocks at you. Oh, it's him. There's a bucket. Now I got a bucket. Now I just need some water. Thranos, what community are you, like, officially a part of? That goat just fucked off from you. Yeah, you chase that goat. See how well that turns out for you, Pastel. Well, you're welcome to squat here for now.
Thanks.
What do you mean, thanks? I was talking to Thranos. You know you're stuck here with me now.
True.
You're not going anywhere. The oak log for every 10 liters. I need to go get my axe. I need to go get oak logs. I have to make the drum set now. I want to make the saxophone. How good does the saxophone sound? See, that's exciting. It'd be a shame to like make the saxophone through forging and then like it's fucked. Okay. Maple log, maple log, maple log, maple, so many fucking maple logs. Maple leaves. It's a whole fucking maple forest. I want an oak tree. Oh, there's an oak tree. Oh, with one log. I love that for myself. Oh, that's a lot of oak logs. You know, once we hit book simple, we'll have hit almost all the pinnacles of culture.
Hell yeah, bud.
You'll have music. You'll have books.
I'll have you know, I'm making a regulation horseshoe pit in my backyard right now with chiseling, so...
Regulation.
Yeah.
Regulated sports. What more could a Civ want?
Let's see. Now, how will the stones interact with the horseshoe pit?
How do you make strong tannin? Oh, I have to make weak tannin first.
Alright, Southern, horseshoes is a viable game using stones, like throwing rocks. Yeah, because, like, you know, because you figure regulation horseshoe pit is about 40 feet apart, so that's 12 blocks, and that's just far enough for like it to be slightly challenging to hit the other pit if you're standing behind your own.
Mm-hmm. Regulated sports is exactly what we need here.
Because you figure, like, you know, the stones have a tendency to bounce.
Where is he? I hear him, but I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Alright, let him do his thing down there. I guess he's being harmless. Oh, okay. Oh, see. That's how the fuck is that concealed?
Right.
Oh. Oh, I totally see what he was doing now. Okay, my bad, dog. No, I didn't notice. Oh wow. That's such ass. I can already hear the Civ complaints now. And it grows grass on top of it. But if you throw a block on it, then it breaks the trap. That's funny. What are you doing? You right click. What should we name the Japanese town, Pesto?
Damn, on the spot.
Not on the spot. It's not official. It's not going to be officiated.
True. I don't know. It would be nice to have, like, Kyoto, though.
Do we want to make up a name or like not make up a name, but like
I guess.
or like an actual name, or do we want to take it like from a show or like a or something? What sounds more? Let's say famous anime town names. Lamau Bossing say.
Yeah.
It's 100% Chinese.
Nah, Bossy Sing Say is a pretty good one, not gonna lie.
Top 10 anime city list. Kamurocho, that's a good one. I gotta sit in the fucking house. I'm tired of getting rocks thrown at me.
But I'm out here trying to figure out how I can turn throwing rocks into a sport.
Tokyo 3.
Jeez.
Kochi City. Karatsu. Hakone. We could do. I could do Hakone. Or Kanagawa. Let's like compile a list. Can name like the neighborhood's different prefectures. Name. I can come up with a name and design a flag in our off time. Our colors are clearly going to be white and red.
Why white and red?
What colors do you think we should use?
Well, I mean, white and red is good, but maybe some gold thrown in somehow, I think.
We could do like a Look at that, you started your own fire. You're learning. The wiki has taught you well.
Still trying to figure out the recipes though.
Yeah, if you go to the handbook and just click on items, it'll like kind of do it for you.
You said the handbook?
Press H. It's like a rough draft.
Oh, not bad. It's kind of like Japan's flag, just inverted colors. But I dig.
Oh, there's a... Oh, look at this. I want to send you the link to this.
Ooh. Wow. That's gonna make stuff a lot more easier.
Can center it perfectly. Oh, this is very based. Oh, and I could just add whatever animals I want to.
It's great.
And like emblems and coat of emblems and coat of arms. Rip our nation motto for fruit from an anime. Oh god, this is gonna be such a weeb town.
It'll be great.
Goblin joined the server. I don't know if you're familiar with Goblin from the Builders Guild.
Not really. which is weird because they should be, but I've never heard of them. I think I've got the fire pit all wrong. I think I've got the fire pit all wrong.
What do you mean the fire pit put? Oh, so it has to be even across the board. It has to be even, so like you can't just like have like one meat, and then 6 cabbage. It has to be like the same amount in every category. Oh, I'm following you. Okay, we're going down here. Oh, this is a very good find. Oh, that's not bad. We don't have 2, it needs 3. Oh, you put one in already?
Yeah.
No, we found a translocator. Translocator, it connects you to another translocator that could be somewhere else on the map. They're paired. They're kind of like, it's the best way to describe it is predetermined nether portals. Except there's no nether, it just transports you to another translocator, but you have to repair it when you find it. But it's good for across the map travel. You wanna join our anime colony, Thranos? Live the weave lifestyle, the power of God and anime on your side. Well, sounds like it's... Bro, I've already climbed out of the hole. Don't let me climb back down the hole. We're gonna make katanas and study the blade.
sorry, I'm cutting out. I gotta head to bed.
Yeah, I'm about to head to bed here myself soon.
Alright, have a good night.
Alright, you too. Who are you mooning? What's your endgame name? Oh, are you on this server? I don't think I've seen you around. Yeah, this is the vintage Civ server. Oh. Yeah, I'm on the I own the vintage Civ server. But yeah, we're looking for people who want to come help build our Japanese themed town. This is where the big pagoda is gonna go. It's not towny, I'll put it that way. They're like meta groups. So like you can still reinforce stuff, and we're working with Tyrion to try and improve the reinforcement system to make it a little bit more group friendly. But we didn't like doing towny because towny can get a little broken at times. So people just operate off the group system that's already in the game, because that's what most of the players that came from Civ Minecraft, the Civ Minecraft genre, is what they're already used to. And Civ's never operated off of Towny in the past 10 years it's been around. Yeah, it's like, and especially since, which is a good thing, because the Towny port, Berg, the Berg mod just got a cease and desist request pretty much from the Towny makers for Towny Java or whatever. They pretty much just got a cease and desist, and the GitHub shut their repository down for the Berg. So, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So we're kind of working on writing our own that's just going to be very bare bones and just does what we need it to do. Because people are complaining about like dirt pillaring into their builds, but we're also like in the pagoda design for the keep itself, we're also like trying to negate that by putting our own measurements in place. So I think it's really just as how creative as you get it. But if you're looking for another project, we're gonna do a Japanese themed town out here, an Asian themed town, and since we have like the katanas and which armor is it? What's the name of it? Have like the kabuto armor and stuff. We're gonna get real creative with it. Full RP. Virginia. What area are you playing from, if I may ask? So we have a couple Australians. I say we have 2 Australians and 1 Oceania region players, and they play constantly. They don't have any issues with lag or anything like that. Yeah, so we don't have a lot of ping issues. But the Discord and stuff like that's all in my about. So if you wanted to join, let me know. I'm going to be heading off soon here, Thranos, so you're more than welcome to loiter in the area. If you want to officially join us, then just let me know as well, Thranos, unless you just want to keep running around the map. But for those that came, stopped by and watched, I appreciate it, and probably be streaming a lot tomorrow as well too. So you guys have a good night, and check out everything in the about and whatnot for information regarding the server for those watching that are interested, man. Always taking new players.